Roll back. Roll back. I love you back. How y'all feeling? Everybody good? 2:44 Eastern Standard Time. Grand Rise, peace, peace. You found your way over here to the light side. Anuki Wawa, Tawentu. Ache Atantu. Roll back. How everybody feeling? Talk to me. Y'all got any questions? Anybody got any questions? I've been working on getting the Wi-Fi put in. Finally got the Wi-Fi put in, so you already know I'm about to be going live. We about to be doing lives. Little TJ collaboration. I don't know about that. Roll back. Any questions? Anybody got any questions? Yeah, a whole lot more music coming for sure. I got another album on the way also. It's called Book of Life. You've been trying to get the books. You go to my page, you should see where it says books. You'll see who to contact or protect about that. Yeah, of course Dr. Malachi York is home. Yeah, he come home for sure. What language is that? It's called Nuwapic. Tua. Yes. Rahubat. I don't know about little TJ. You got to message me, though. I don't be knowing about these industry people. You know what I mean? They be having their own thing going on. They in a different world. Nah, this ain't my first live. We've been doing live for a while. Tua Malachi Kalum Fadun. Tanaub. Or Tabaum. Mike, you can get in touch with me, Mike TV. If you got things that you would like to hear in music, just let me know. That's why I be telling all of the Moors, all the sovereigns, you know what I mean, American Indians. I tell them, if y'all want me to put stuff in the music, get this information out to the masses. First of all, I don't understand why the Moors, American Indians, sovereigns, and people like that aren't already getting together to support phase one. As soon as Black History came out, it would have made all the sense to me that the chiefs and the sheikhs and the rest of the brothers and sisters in the communities would have said, yo, we have to support this brother, but that ain't what y'all do. I don't understand that. And that's just me. If this wasn't me, I would be doing this. If I saw a brother that was pushing Nuwapu or anything that I was coming from that was a school of mine, I would get all the brothers and sisters as a part of that community to immediately stand behind that brother. That's monetarily, platforms, all of that. Yo, we got to help this brother immediately because he's putting out there what we've been attempting to put out there. He's reaching the youth. He's getting to the people that we thought we couldn't get to, and they rocking with it. They want to know more about it. Let's help them. People ain't looking at it like that. People think I'm making content. And that's why I keep doing my best to explain. This is not about content. So if it's really serious, even with, like, think about it, with the Nuwapians and Sabians, right? I have direct proof that Dr. Malachi York was putting it on record that, and it should go without saying, yo, this brother needs to be supported. That's with the brothers in London. That's with all these different communities. I got that on record, but I don't have no audio to release. Meaning I got the audio, but I ain't releasing no audio because why the hell should I have to tell Nuwabians and Sabians that we finally got somebody that's reaching the masses, that's one of us. Hey, y'all should support. You know what I mean? Why would I have to tell them that? That don't make any sense. Why would I have to tell the nation and the community that we finally got somebody for the first time ever that's actually out here popping right knowledge out in the open, making it be that the mainstream cannot ignore it, hitting all the major platforms, doing all the big numbers, and this is just the beginning, reaching the heights and keeping Dr. Melakazi York name in it, right? Also pushing Nuwapu all the way, pushing Nuwapic now all the way. And why should I have to tell them to support that? And he told these people that were able to directly speak to him, yo, y'all make sure everybody supported him. And they still ain't did it. So I don't, you know, a lot of times we waste opportunities. Like Black history is an opportunity for people to realize that we have somebody finally. We finally have somebody who's not afraid. You ain't got to worry about all these people. Look, when you see people talking about he's an industry plant, those people had personal issues with me. I'm not one of, you can't just call me no industry plant and I'm a duck off to the side like I didn't see you say that. That was one of the weirdest things anybody could have said. Because if I'm an industry plant, then why doesn't the industry support phase one? If I'm an industry plant, why you don't see me on Revolt TV? If I'm an industry plant, where's my BET platform release or my debut? Why would I have to go behind the scenes and attempt to work with PR and the rest of these people to even get Breakfast Club interview or Say Cheese TV? Why these people are not already picking up on what I'm already putting down? We done did letters to damn near every celebrity in the lineup. We done went viral a whole bunch of times on many different apps, and you don't see me on blogs. How is that an industry plant? But the person who said that knows I'm not an industry plant. They just wanted to say that. And as a matter of fact, they won't admit it. They really were just trying to use my name because they saw my name was getting big. Same reason that same person who said I was an industry plant, they were coming to me saying they wanted to do business deals with me. They wanted me to help them sell their herbs. They wanted me to help them boost their store. And I got DMs proving that they still DMing me talking about some, yo, I got a way that we can make money, $100,000 here, that. If I'm an industry plant, why are you trying to work with me and make money off of my platform that I built without your help when you were still trying to tear me down when you saw that everybody else was rocking with me before I blew up? And now you see me blowing up and you try to run and get a little money grab off of it. Well, then why, if I'm an industry plant, why are you working with me? Why would you even be still reaching out to me? So it's just that people are not really looking at the opportunity we have, because I think it's because of personal things. Like people only look at me as a person as opposed to an event that you take advantage of. I'm going to die one day. I don't know, people, I keep trying to, do I have to remind people of that? One day I'm going to pass away, just in case you didn't know. And the event will be over. So, you know, if you're a Moor or a Native or American Indian or a sovereign or a national, and you see something like Black history getting the attention that it's getting, reaching the crowds that it's reaching, why is it not a matter of effort to, let's get behind this brother? We got to put thousands or hundreds of thousands behind him. Let's make sure he gets this out here to everybody, unless you're still functioning on the private, and let's keep everything private side. That has not worked for our people. Keeping everything quote unquote private didn't work for us with the nationality and sovereignty. It didn't work with us with the fraternities and brothers, the brotherhoods and the sisterhoods. That ain't work for us. You know what I'm saying? Some way, shape, form, or fashion, someone's going to have to realize that this is the day and time for revelation. You got to put it out there. So I'm getting salutes from the Moors, but I'm like, why y'all not teaching this? And if you're not going to teach it, how about bring me the information and I'll put it out there to the people? And a lot of people been hitting me with the, oh, it's supposed to be private, da-da-da-da. Why? Because they told you that? That was a setup. They set you up, telling you to keep everything private, and then it's not enough people to do what y'all saying y'all need to do. You want to keep it private, but you don't have enough people to start the nation you want to start. So then eventually you're going to have to speak to the people who would be deemed eavesdroppers and chattel property and all this other, or corporate chattel. You still going to have to speak to them anyway, eventually, to put them on and wake them up. So it's still going to be a public matter unless you're talking about you speaking in private venues, and even still, that's happening within public environments. Yeah, it's just a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, shout out to Mike TV for putting it on there. Thank you, Mike TV. I saw your live about Masonic secrets. When you gonna do another live about that? I mean, ask me questions. I'll answer your questions right now. Yeah, I mean, we ain't been doing a lot of lives, a lot of stuff. I've been moving around a lot, dodging bullets, literally. You know what I mean? Staying alive, doing what haters don't like. Even though they love me, that's why they come on my live. Which I love y'all too. I used to be small, but then I grew up. So, you know what I mean? But I'm just, there's a lot of other things moving. But you can always ask questions, especially when we come on here like this. You can ask a question, and I'll give you answers. How do you figure out if you're more Anu and all these other different things? Well, first of all, something like figuring out whether or not you're a Moor, that's a claim. You claim being a Moor. You can claim Moorish. You can claim sovereignty. A lot of these things are just claims, like how people claim to be spiritual, or people claim to be scientific, or people claim to be religious. It's just claims. You know what I mean? So we finding out about it is a whole nother thing. Something like all this extraterrestrial stuff people are linking themselves to, you don't just find out about that. Beings have to contact you. They got to get connected with you and say, yo, we're going to let you know who you are and show you things on a different plane. You can't just claim that. But you can, but that's what a lot of people did in the spiritual community. They just started claiming that they were these extraterrestrial beings. We got people like Rashad Jamal claiming that they're the 23rd elder or scientist, whoever the fuck created the cosmos. You know what I mean? We got a lot of people. Young Pharaoh was claiming he's Tahuti. Rod Hayes, I think I heard he claimed he's Tahuti. Right? I don't know why people don't just want to be who they are. Meaning the being that you came through this time, who are you? In this time, you're telling me that you used to be this person. You used to be Tahuti. Okay, Tahuti was a being. Who did Tahuti used to be? That's how you get them. If you used to be Tahuti, who did Tahuti used to be before Tahuti was Tahuti? And niggas don't have no answer because all they doing is just regurgitating something that they heard. They liked it. It sounded good to them. They say, you know what? I would like to be this person because of what it represents. They couldn't just say, I identify with this representation. You understand? So, you want to find out whether or not you're Anu and the rest of these things. Those things ain't just found out. You have to, those things have to be revealed to you by the types of beings that you're speaking to, or you can't verify that for yourself. You feel what I'm saying? You won't really know for yourself whether or not it's happening. Does it make sense? So it's not one of those things. Other than that, you can claim anything. That's the issue. You can claim all of that stuff. Any other questions? You know what I mean? It's just like the things people mad at people about. You can claim all that. Of course you can claim Batman. Claim it. It's yours to claim. What book would you say was the most transformative for you to ever read? The Holy Tablets by Dr. Malachi Z. York. Anybody telling you don't read it, don't listen to them. Just don't read it religiously. Like, don't just read it to believe in something. Actually read it to figure out why he wrote it. Because I bet you them same people telling you don't write it don't know what he said about quantum physics. I bet you them people that tell you don't read it, they don't know what he was talking about when it came to the living soul. They don't really understand it. The science of the DNA, the genetics, and the etheric, they don't really understand that science. So they got caught up in religion. So they got told that they weren't listening to what it was about. So they probably got told, yo, put that down, because they were stuck on religion. So I would say read the Holy Tablets by Dr. Malachi Z. York. Read that. If you want to read something about all this esoteric, scientific stuff, read that. You can find it on Scribd, SCRIBD.com. Read that book. Do you think there's an intersection between the American Indian group, Moors, Hebrew Israelites, Pan-Africans, NOI? Yeah, it's too many. Look at all them organs. All of those are organizations. Organs are not able to survive nor thrive by themselves. That's too many damn organs to be attempting to function as if they're a body. Come together and be a body, and then they'll answer your question. The intersection at that point will be the life flowing through all of you as a body. You got over here is the hand, the NOI. You got the head over here, the American Indian. You got the feet over here, the Hebrew Israelites. It's too many. And then you're just looking at all these different organs and components of the body just laying out here. Liver over here, kidneys over here, the brain over here, the heart over there. And we everybody talking about organizations. I say it's time to stop organizing. People been organizing for too long. You know what I mean? It starts to actually it's time to function as a body. When you function as a body, then you can live as one, like the Voltron, you know what I mean? And actually get something done. You've been watching all these people say, I'm the heart. Okay, if you're the heart, then that's probably why things can't get done. Because the heart can't do anything by itself. So you need your brother, you need your sister, you need all of y'all to come together. The intersection at that point will be the life moving through you. I mean, and the willpower that you have to stop making it seem like because you're a Hebrew Israelite and this person's a Christian and that person's a Muslim, that y'all can't lift a piece of brick to put it on a pyramid. You can still lift it. You know what I mean? It's because they lack tasks. People don't understand what the task is at hand. What is the purpose of your religion in this day and time other than to believe in something? Is your purpose to bring Jesus back here? Is your purpose to revitalize a community of dead people? Okay, all together? Meaning, do they have to dress up and know how to sign the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's signature and put on his bow tie and all this other stuff and hold posts to be one of the ones who are actually awakened? Do they have to dress up like an awakened person? Do they have to dress up like the lost found? Or are they actually the lost found? Are they actually the awakened people? Are they actually scientists? And then you start realizing the task at hand has nothing to do with religion. The task at hand has something to do with what you're going to actually do. You can be Christian all day sitting on your ass. You can be Christian all day. How do we have churches in all of these communities with crime happening all around the communities? You ever notice that? Crime popping off all in the community right there where God's house is supposed to be. How is that possible? How we got the pastor with all of his anointing, right? And all of these people are able to be dying, children getting shot, all this other stuff happening in the community where you put God house right there in the middle. It's because that ain't enough. God house is not enough. You can't just have faith without works. If they want to argue that, tell them pull up James chapter 2, verse 20 and tell them argue with themselves. Faith without works is dead. It's not living, has no life. You understand? So we got a lot of faithful groups without the works to show for. And the only way they're going to be able to do work is that they have to be a living being to do that work. And they can't be a living being by functioning as organs one by one, piece by piece. Only thing you can do as an organ is just take care of all of the different cells in the organ. If you get what I'm explaining to you, because the NOI can be successful as the NOI. The Hebrew Israelites can be successful as the Hebrew Israelites. Why do you need a name for this? Think about that. Why do you need a name for the revitalization process? Why does it have to be a religion? Why can't it just be a science that everybody can understand about? Would all of you agree that if I want to build a car, I have to know how to build that car, to piece it together, put it where it needs to go, test run it, all of that? Okay, do I have to be a Hebrew Israelite to build the car? Do I have to be a Christian to build the car? Do I have to be a Muslim to build the car? Do I have to be a Moor, American Indian, any of these things to build a car? Everybody's so caught up in these identity politics and identity crisis situations that they can't look at what needs to actually be done. And the children watching the adults argue about things that they can't even prove for themselves. And then you raise children to do the same thing. And those children never get an opportunity to grow into scientists, to grow into people who actually know what's going on in their reality. They don't get an opportunity. They just get the opportunity or the offer to repeat the cycles of the adults that we watching. I watch adults argue about stuff. They don't even, people don't sever. Look at what happened with just the election, severing whole connections and relationships with people just because of a political opinion. You understand? And then the noise dies down. They say, oh, he won. Then all of a sudden, people don't care that much no more. All of a sudden, your timeline ain't been flooded with the, oh, we got to do this, we got to do that. Oh, all of a sudden, because somebody got voted in, it's no longer important that we do those things. And a lot of those things that you were talking about had nothing to do with the presidency anyway. You could have done that without the president being in office. You didn't need Kamala to do the things you were arguing about. But now all of a sudden, they saying Kamala ain't going to be there. Now, it's not a matter of importance. Those points of arguments and pieces of rhetoric that people were spewing, that ain't important no more because Trump about to be president or Trump has been deemed president. You understand? And it could have gone anyway. If it was Kamala winning presidency, they would have stopped crying on the other side. It's all people would look at is the fact that they being played either way it goes, and not by the individual people, but by the polarization within itself. The same polarization that occurs in politics is the same polarization that occurs in the hood with the gangs and those quote unquote organizations. Same politics and polarization that occurs in the religious field. But people aren't able to come together because I don't like your jersey, you don't like mine. You got a different mascot, I got a different mascot, right? And because of that, we ain't gonna be able to play together and get things done. That makes sense? So it really isn't, it's not a true issue. It's a decision that people, you have to, whatever these people who made these religions up and put these things in place were thinking, you can't think like them. You got to defy them. You got to defy whatever it was that has you thinking you can't work with your brothers and sisters because of what they wearing and all this other stuff. I think people need a strip moment. I'm going to tell you what a strip moment is. People need a strip moment. The world needs to be stripped, meaning people need to wake up completely naked. This realm needs to be exposed to complete and utter devastation. All right? It's only when these people realize that your being clothed is an illusion anyway. When we're looking into this realm, or other people, other beings are looking into this realm, this deja vu, by the way, they're not looking for your clothing. They're looking for your aura or your holla. They're looking for your glow. All right? They're sensing your, like you saw the movie Alien versus Predator. All right? They're sensing your thermal activity. Okay? You got certain animals, certain beings don't see that you got on Versace. What the fuck is that? It means absolutely nothing. You made it mean something. You got on Balenciaga. That means absolutely nothing. You made it mean something. Okay? It's just cloth. All right, you put on these diamonds, you put on this hat, you get in this box on wheels, and you say, I'm fresh. All this illusionary shit, it means absolutely nothing. And then all these illusionary things are attached to beliefs and ideals and concepts that people hold true, has absolutely nothing to do with them as human beings. And the ones who are dictating which direction the populace goes or the population flows, they don't care anything about those things. They just care about spewing it more to you so that you can care about it. It keeps you distracted from what is actually happening. So generations of evolution are wasted. Time that could be spent on increasing yourself and your bloodline is wasted on money being spent on doing the opposite. People are not progressing, they're regressing because of that. This realm is in for and overdue for a very nice stripping. Okay? This realm needs to be stripped naked. Everybody needs to wake up and understand that you were naked all along. And then maybe you'll stop playing games. Maybe people will stop playing games at that point. You understand that? Any other questions? 3 a.m. in the morning to do a live. Who are you trying to reach? I'm going through ascension symptoms, and that's why I was able to see you. What's up? I don't understand your question. What are your thoughts on the show on Netflix called Supercell? It was dope. It was dope. I think everybody who identifies with or can relate to the frequency of that which is called chosen, appreciate loved that show. Because you understand what's happening with those people genetically, and they're coming to realize who and what they are. As long as you don't fall for the whammy-dammies of, oh, when the sun lines up with this planet, everybody gonna get superpowers and we gonna activate. Stop listening to the people. They didn't know what they were talking about in 2021, December 21st, 2021. We're not going to let them forget that they told everybody don't get their powers then if you were melanin. They didn't know what they were talking about then. All the people talking about some, we don't have no DNA, or we got DEA. You got that shit from Rashad. He don't know what he's talking about. Ask him to actually explain genetic expression and genetic upregulation and how it occurs. Ask him to actually explain the fact that carbonated beings is an illusion. There's no such thing as melanin dominant people are carbonated beings. That's a lie. Can we get that understood? That every living being on planet Earth has carbon in them as the literal foundation of life in its reality. And people just going around, throwing it around like it means melanin dominant. It has nothing to do with that. There's a component of it that builds it up. But there's no such thing as carbonated people. Every living being is carbonated, or any living being at all. You understand? Tell them to go check that. And then ask them why you regurgitating science that doesn't even make sense. because you had some half-ass delivery of that science from somebody else. That's why when people like Eligio, Nature Boy come out and say we're Carbon Nation, oh, you mean you're alive? That's what that means. It has to mean that. It cannot mean black, because carbon does not mean black, which means Bobby Hemmett didn't know what he was talking about. Nature Boy didn't know what he was talking about. Rashad Jamal didn't know what he was talking about, which means they didn't study genetics. They did not study chemistry, but they out here teaching as if they're geneticists and chemists. Why? Because the esoteric schools that have been thwarted, especially like the metaphysical school, it allows you to do that. You don't actually have to know what you're talking about to be metaphysical. As a matter of fact, metaphysics is just a lot of stuff saying, hey, I wonder if this is like this. What do you think? I wonder if this is like this. What do you think? You know what I mean? No, the plan of action is to remind you that you're supposed to chastise them. You're supposed to chastise me. Hopefully that's why you're here. You're supposed to ask questions. That's the plan of action, to remind you you're supposed to ask until the end, ascend. And let me tell you something, Brother Love, a.k.a. Rhythmic Solar, for some reason, right? If you were not intrigued in some way, shape, form, or fashion at 3:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you would not be here thinking that you could even say anything that has anything to do with me. You're here for a reason, family, so the best thing you could do is ask questions that you really want to know the answer to. Or wait until someone else is able to come through and answer, or find the answers in yourself. But if you're here for a reason, so ask what matters to you for real. You know what I mean? Any other judgment? Listen, I was raised with metal skin. It bounces off. You know what I mean? When people tell me don't do something, that ain't working no more, don't you realize I do it more? When people say, yo, you need to stop doing it, don't you realize? I'm like, yo, that means I need to start doing it, because whatever I'm doing is aggravating the demons in you. Because I'm only here to disturb the disturbance. I only disturb the disturbance. And if you go look up what disturbance means, it shows you that you're talking about throwing things into disorder. So if you're throwing things into disorder, then yeah, I'm disturbing you. But everybody who understands that, oh, he just put that in order, they're not disturbed by what I move on and what I do. Rashad Jamal wasn't pointed out. He wasn't singled out. He was one person. Anybody who listened to the Survive song all the way through, you will realize I said like 90 names. People are fans of Rashad Jamal, so they grabbed hold of that one name and said he's singling him out. But then you start realizing that the intellectual ability of these people is limited based on their teacher. And it's not their fault. Because if you're just listening to somebody say stuff and then you come out here and just repeating it, then you run into a scientist. Or you run into somebody who takes the time to actually know what they're speaking about scientifically. You can't go wrong with science. How can't you? Because you can always question science. And I can give it to my peer and say, look at this, and then look at it again. It's called peer reviewing. So you can't go wrong with that, because I'm not saying that this is quote unquote set in stone. I'm telling you, let's deal with the stone. Let's deal with the sediment. Let's deal with all of these sciences until we get to a point where all of us can understand this can be used for this. There's a science to water. You can use it to quench thirst. You don't have to question it. However, we welcome it. You still can. You know what I mean? That's why I say, listen, it's not a necessary. I want people to know it's not necessarily a situation where you have to think, is this person's information versus this person's information. It's if you realized what these people are quote unquote teaching you is like 1%, if that, of what you could actually learn for yourself. If somebody's teaching you about DNA, your ears should perk up and you should go and look and study DNA yourself, or go to college and take a course or take an online course, still the same information, and go and actually study what they're talking about and come back and see that this nigga really know what he's speaking on. And then if somebody bringing you science or biology, go study it for yourself, test it out, figure things out for yourself. With all of these different sciences that the spiritual community, conscious community talk about, any of these leaders, all of these financial gurus, 19 keys, recipe people, you take what they tell you, and you supposed to take that 1% and go find that other 99%, because they don't know what they're talking about. They only know what they're able to utilize. And a lot of these people, look at the word utilize, a lot of these people use the lies to keep themselves in position. So you be thinking a lot of people are really like, yo, these motherfuckers are money, man. They really know what they're doing. No, they know that you don't know what you're doing. And you're going to continue to pay them for what they know, which is that you don't know what you're doing. And that's what's going to keep them rich. Is it any different than what everybody else did? I think the melanin dominant thing blinds people. It's what a lot of people did. You know what I'm saying? And then you start putting Dr. Malachi York out there and they want to run. You know what I mean? So I literally can merit people's responses and see where they are. When I said, why would I scream free Rashad Jamal? He wasn't screaming out free Doc. That's what I meant. I didn't say Rashad Jamal never said Dr. York name. He never mentioned Dr. York. These people have limited intelligence. Because then you have to wonder what was it that was meant by screaming free Doc. Screaming free Dr. York is what happens when you go to phase 1 Instagram page. You can see that in real time. He's screaming free Dr. York all over the internet. All over the internet, waking people up that was a part of the movement before he was even of age, and putting them back in the fight, screaming free Dr. York. And that's not what Rashad Jamal did. Rashad Jamal listed Dr. Melakazi York as one of the people who were in prison. And the people that he listed next to Dr. Melakazi York have done nothing close to what Dr. Melakazi York did and has been doing. So it's not the same thing. You understand? It's the internet got niggas' minds geeked up. You think people done made real moves because of this internet shit. It got people's minds geeked up. I ain't made anywhere near the moves Dr. Melakazi York made before the internet. It's this internet shit that got people's minds geeked up. So I can't wait till Rashad Jamal get home. I can't wait. I just had a dream about it the other day. They had set up some thing. I was ready. I'm in the hallway doing push-ups like a schoolyard. I'm in the hallway doing push-ups. I'm ready because we were going to be given an opportunity to question each other. I'm ready. Y'all don't understand that. That's not a threat to us. Please let them out because we will show you question by question who and what these people are. And it's only that because you denied Dr. Melakazi York. You act like, and listen, go listen to it. Nubians still under the spell. Nuwaubians. Nubians still under the spell. Okay, that was back in like 2004. You will hear Dr. Melakazi York say, oh yeah, they'll mention me every now and again. They'll mention me sporadically, but then they'll just make it about themselves. That's what these people have done. You know what I mean? So they don't look at it how we can see it. Like you tried to play like you was one of them ones, and then we're gonna ask you in that day of standing. We're gonna ask you. So all we want to know is when you got people talking about non-ether, we just want to know where you got it from. That's it. And not only do we want to know where you got it from, can you list the noble gases? First of all, can you list the noble gases, right? Can you explain to us about the periodic table and how it's sectioned off and how you got 9 ether and what were all those gases that come together? Do you know all the gases that come together to compose that and why it's there and how it functions? Don't just say it's hair, because then you're only dealing with one of the degrees where that would have been an answer of one of the things. It's just hair. However, there's deeper sciences that were explained. Some people out there in the open got one piece, but if you read the Holy Tablets, you got another piece. So Rashad Jamal said he never read Dr. Melakazi York's books and never heard a lecture. I call bullshit. When he gets out, he can uncall it if he wants. I call bullshit because where you get it from. And if they're going to say they got it from the ethers, then all we want you to do is explain it then. That gives you enough time. But you want to know what they're going to have to do to explain non-ether? They're going to have to go into the Holy Tablets to explain non-ether. They're going to have to go into Dr. Melakazi York's teachings because scientists don't teach that. Dr. Melakazi York taught them that. And they will never teach it how he taught it. They're trying to find another way to express it. Because if they teach it how we're going to easily be able to point out, that's his. That's why they got to sneak and do it through like Gaia Channel. Gaia Channel is just the Holy Tablets, y'all. Hey, you can feel how the fuck you want to feel. I don't give a damn. You know what you're dealing with. Feel how you want to feel. The Gaia Channel is the Holy Tablets. That's Dr. Melakazi York all the way. They just Caucasoidified it. But it's the Holy Tablets. It's one of his books. And now everything that he was saying that they call him crazy about, they putting it out there. So, yeah, we would like to set the record straight. or put that record back on where it's supposed to be, which is the center. I'm not playing no games with these people. Any questions? What do you think about the migrant crisis? Some believe African migrants are trying to cosplay and grip their way into. I don't worry about that type of stuff. There's a reason why there are melanin dominant beings on this planet. There's a reason why there are melanin recessive beings on this planet. Some of you were born in different parts of the planet. It's simply that simple. Those are still your brothers and sisters. If they quote unquote cosplaying Black American culture, you should be more concerned or concerned about the fact that Black Americans don't have a culture. Not a solid one. They have a whole bunch of other things they pull together to try to graft and craft one, but they don't have a culture. So you should be more concerned about the fact that Black Americans are not assimilating into African culture, because they actually have cultures that tie back to bloodlines of families. You know what I mean? This ain't no. Since when do what is Black American culture? I'll challenge you, Mike TV. What is Black American culture? Our culture is globally, your culture is globally imitated. Is anybody confused? There's a difference. You have imitation and then you have reverence. Like, if you say something right now, do you have a call-in link? Watch this. Do you have a call-in link? I just imitated you. That don't mean nothing. That's not reverence. Did I revere? Do you have a call-in link, or did I imitate it? They imitate your culture worldwide because it's interesting. Like that of the interesting field of albino animals. That's interesting. Okay? It's interesting, like observing deformities in human life. That's interesting. You understand? I mean, I don't know if I have a call-in link, fam. They gave me the option. I don't know if I turned it on before I went live. I mean, next time I can. But I don't know if I turned it on. But you know what I mean? So they imitate what you think is Black American culture, but it's not nothing to assimilate. It's not nothing to want to be a part of. It's a melting pot of ideas. It's the scrappings of other people's culture that destroyed them, that they didn't want. So they say, here. You know what I mean? Let's try. I really want to see, can you even articulate it through text? What is Black American culture? What do you think about all the recent alien appearances in the skies this past week? It's dope. What a time to be alive. We're going into 2025, the 9 year. Shout out to all of you Novums, or Navium, or Nevium, all of you prophets, all of you who are of the 9. You want to be of the 9. You know what I mean? Hey, shout out to y'all, because that year, 2025, is the year, your window to go quantum. You know what I mean? It's time to go quantum. So I love that. I love hearing about aliens and stuff. Like I said, people hear about alien invasion. I get excited. I don't give a damn if they disagreeables or agreeables. Just pull up. Show these motherfuckers that what they've been doing doesn't make sense. Remind them that what they think they run, they don't run. Y'all don't run planet Earth. I'm talking to the U.S. government. You don't run planet Earth. You know you don't run planet Earth. Planet Earth reminds you don't run her. Every time she sneezes and get to shaking, and all the biggest buildings you done built up get to collapsing to the ground, and you all on the news crying, oh, how could this happen to us? And then what happens when they flood? Hurricanes come through, strip you up off your foundation, and move y'all buildings to the next city. Then you gonna cry, You don't remember? You don't run her. She runs her. And if she decides to self-destruct, I support it, because of what's been presented on this planet thus far. I am in full support of planet Tiamat, Earth, Eridu, Ard, whatever you would like to call this realm, self-destructing and replenishing herself. I don't get scared about no alien invasion. That ain't nothing. I want it to happen. Let it happen quick. And interestingly enough, if the devil is telling you, because you know the devil runs this world, right? That's for you Christians. The negative beings, if you're not Christian, all right, the 6 ether forces, if you on that level, they run this planet. If they're saying there's an invasion, It's not a negative thing for the ones who are not six ether beings. Those of you who are afraid of extraterrestrial beings coming to this realm, all right, it's because of your standing. And that government is afraid of these beings, and they want you to think it's an invasion because this is an invasion on the ones who run this planet, who think they run it. The governments who set themselves up on these lands like it means something. It doesn't take an alien invasion to level this planet. All it takes is, listen, if we get hit with a 12 magnitude earthquake, America, oh, that'll be enough to restart civilization right there. It didn't take no aliens. You know what I mean? And they're not just worried about extraterrestrials who have intelligence similar to human beings or more advanced. They're worried about extraterrestrials that don't even have intelligence. Might have been designated weapons, but they don't have intelligence. Extraterrestrials like asteroids, meteorites, or meteors that become meteorites. That's an extraterrestrial. Planetoids that become meteorites or projectiles that hit the Earth. That's an extraterrestrial. They're not worried about eggnog from Planet 13. They got a lot more things to be concerned about. APEP is a problem for them. Go figure. Talk to Malachi York. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, that was a question. That's why they keep showing Superman. You solid. Main reason I bump up Black history and these industry motherfuckers out of town now. Exactly. Up Black history is different. Everybody knows. Yeah, many different life forms. Facts. Does everybody have a chance to change from wicked beings to good, godly beings? Or are some just born that way? Yeah, 100%. It's a simple science. Simple science called epigenetics. Right? That's just something simple. Now, that science is debatable, but I can tell you that it's enough of a foundational science that if you research and look into what they've already presented about it, it could explain to you how gene expression works, right? And the way the gene expression works, it makes you who you are, okay? When you get that DNA branch off mRNA, branch off protein, and have you sitting here as who you are, what you are, all right, that can be affected and regulated. And it is affected and regulated daily by the second. So if you're listening to certain tones, that'll affect your gene expression. If you're eating certain foods, literally, that'll affect your gene expression. Okay? If you're doing certain things, certain deeds will affect your gene expression. So if you're growing up in a community, you could be somebody who had the genetics of two different parents who were both villains, right? Who did evil things, bad habits, all this other stuff. But because of the environment you were raised up in, it can literally start to shape and form your genes. And your DNA will be altered, meaning your chromosomes will be altered. The wound up DNA will be altered and will begin to unravel differently and express differently. You understand? All it takes is for something to occur where you have this what's called a histone, right? Something to occur where the DNA that's wrapped around that starts to unravel in a different way than it would have expressed if that didn't occur or if that food wasn't taken in. Like if you eating cheese and dairy, it causes for certain types of things to have to activate genetically to be able to deal with those lactose particles. You understand? So the moment that you stop eating that thing, your DNA strands start to express differently because now they don't have to have that there. Right? And other things can activate so it can express another way. And then you have the blockage, and it won't always work that way because certain things are put in place to block so that certain things aren't expressed. Your body, your being itself moderates your gene expression, or the word you're looking for is regulates your gene expression anyway. You understand? So if I'm playing 432 hertz around you daily, then I'm altering your DNA because the very frequency of the 432 hertz is interacting with your being as that information is taken in. If you want to know what DNA or genetics would basically be, it's just the blueprint of your being. Okay? It's like if you look at the word genetics, gene ticks. Gene ticks. When you think of tick, what do you think? For most people, automatically time. Right? And the word gene or genos, it gives you race. All right? Or kind. So if I ask you what kind of time are you on, that's genetics. If I ask you Do you understand that you're erasing time? That's genetics. Because gene ticks, race time, not necessarily racing in the same fashion because you have race as a homophone. It said it's the same sound phonetically, it's the same word, right? But it's meaning two different things. But it still aligns where you have to race time in order to alter your genes. Okay, if you're not racing time or speeding up, okay, then you're not providing space for yourself to be able to upregulate your genes. All right, which means that your environments inside have to become what Dr. Sebi was speaking about, either more alkaline or alkaline. When you say alkaline or alkaline, all you're saying is just what? El or God. Go look it up. El means God. All right, ki or ka is spirit, and line, lineage, or pronection to or connection to, right? So you're connecting or pronecting to El, who will be the Most High in your genes. You have to go and find the origin, all right, your origin. And all of this can happen, again, with the environmental alterations. Not just environmental, you got dietary alterations, all the different things that are happening. And some of you are being tapped, all right? If you have your phone and it functions a certain way, it's already doing that. If I tap your phone, it'll function another way. Some of you are being tapped, and you know you're being tapped because certain things are happening to you. Like you'll get shudders, right? You'll be sitting there speaking, talking to somebody, all of a sudden you get the shuddering, right? And you don't know why it's happening. I'm telling you why it's happening. Because either something is being said by you, realized by you, all right, or occurring to you, that matter of occurrence, that point just then, when it happens, starts to alter the DNA, and you express differently. All right? It ain't nothing that's too spooky and spiritual. It should be something that everybody should understand about. All right? Those of you getting them intense headaches, all right? You also experience ringing in the ear. For some people, not all people, but some people experiencing that ringing in the ear. Some of you are going through a very powerful vice severance period, meaning you picked up on bad habits, which are affecting the habitat you're in, or you have picked up on bad habitats that affect your habits, and you're starting to sever. And things are occurring. A lot of y'all are moving around this time, right? Or relocating because it calls for new environments. This is happening what you call divinely. And what I'm speaking to you about is a matter of quantum genetics. Okay? Meaning, let's get to the very root of what the gene tick is, or the race of time is. And if I say quantum genetic, you have a question that you have to ask until the end, meaning ask until you realize or see the point where you have made that complete transformation. And you're asking how much quantum, that's what it means. How much time do we have in this race? Quantum genetics. Okay? And when you start to assume that question and you start to take on that form of the questioner or the seeker, it begins to be revealed to you. And not just revealed to you as in somebody sending you a text or a message to your phone. Environmentally, you'll start seeing the difference. But you have to actually put that thought into motion. So you start realizing that your habitat affects your habits. All this goes into genetics. And then your habits affect your habitat. All this goes into genetics. You don't have thought without genes. You don't have thought without DNA. And all of it boils down to what? Information. Or as a living being, you got different stages of it, which a lot of you really need to start tapping into what those stages are so you can go into the root, okay, the center, and then the outer. All right? Well, simply, if I say bio, like a living being, B-I-O, I give you beneath formation, in formation, and out formation, bio. And as a living being, you have to understand all of that. So what's happening in me right now as I'm expressing this to you? Even my speech patterns were affected because I was listening to Dr. Malachi Z. York when I was in my mother's womb. You understand that? Not just that. Before I was perceived, before my moment of perception, my Umi and my Uba, or my mother and my father, were listening to Dr. Malachi Z. York, reading his books, surrounding themselves with the positive tones, all of these different things. So the last pieces of information that were recorded before the moment of perception, when my Umi and my Uba came together to pass on 2323, right? 23 pieces. We became our 46 chromosomes. All right, you got your 23 for your mother, 23 for your father. There you go, right there, 46 right there, smack live in the middle or in the center. Before that last little piece, all right, for that perception moment, everything was put in that would have activated me, caused me to be able to be activated. So no matter what genes I was dealing with from my ancestors, Nuwapu saved my life. All right. So when you see me do a song like Letter to Reach Homie Quan, okay, if you haven't read the book, you probably think it's just a letter for no reason, but you read the book Hidden Hand that I put out. All right. And for those of you who want the book, you should understand how to get it. If not, then I guess I could say it right now. You can send a free will offering of any amount to Cash App Play for Change, PlayForChange. Play for Change. You can send whatever you want. Just make sure you send your email with it. All right. Sometimes they go out that day. Sometimes they go out within a few days. But they always get to you. And if you got questions, you go to my page. You see books. You can get in touch with the person who actually makes sure that these books get to people. And they always make sure everybody get them. Comment if you already got your book so people can know it's real. All right. But I also send you, I think it's 16 books altogether. But the one that we're speaking about specifically is, I think it's the Hidden Hand Scroll. And in that book, I spoke about not only the 3-4, okay, because Rich Homie Quan kept showing up 3-4, the 7 and the G, all this other stuff that leads to the center, as the capital G is a sign that literally is an arrow pointing to the center, right? I also explained the name Reach Homie Quan, which is saying reach home, and Kawan. Kawan is B and exists there, and home is in the center. And home is where the heart is. And I explained all this stuff. I'm not giving too much, but I did explain all of what the focus point would be for the transformation to begin to be completed. And it has to start from the center, which is called the Anahata Chakra, all right, or the Anahata Center, or the unstruck center of the green light, which is why I sparked off the green light last year in November. You go research, you see all of this been calculated. And it happened this way divinely because now we're about to go into the purple light. And it's the purple light that deals with the crown. And we've been in the blue light since the solstice of this year, dealing with orator abilities, dealing with purification of what people call the day of purification. Purification is just this shooter, and that was dealing with the throat chakra, all of that. And people were able to literally see what that led to, because now we've been learning a new language. Those who've been walking closely enough to me, who heard the call when I put it out, they've been learning a new language called Nuwapic, and they're understanding that that language, even per Dr. Melakazi York, starts to activate certain things in your being, all right, in your brain. That happens anyway scientifically. When you start learning a new language, you start increasing what's referred to as your neuroplasticity, all right, which is your drive to learn, for one, and also your ability to take in information at an accelerated rate. And a lot of people start sitting that neuroplasticity down as they get older because life becomes mundane. And those parts of them that were excited about learning become dormant. And they start being what's called set in their ways. You understand what I'm explaining to you? So, yeah, it's one of those things where if you pay attention to the books, you'll get what I'm doing in the music. If you pay attention to the music, you'll get what I'm doing in the books. You see, when I go live like this, because I just got the urge to go. I got the call to go. And I got up and just put it on. I said, okay, I'm going to go live and talk to see what happens. And then we get to speaking, and it's all for a reason. That's what happens when you surrender also. I surrender to the divine. I don't know all of what God is. I don't know all of what divine is. I don't claim to know that. Okay? However, I leave room and space for divine to speak to and through me, so that when I run out of words, guess who's there to speak? Medu Netter. It's called divine speech for a reason. And you can't hear Medu Netter if you just want to talk. And everybody, these people get into these positions, they just want to talk. They just want to be famous, special, glorified, put up on some, it's validation that they need. That's not what's going on here. I want it to be clear that I don't know. That's why I seek. And everything that I'm able to grasp that's able to be used as knowledge is only because of application that I can say that that knowledge is useful. Okay? For me to be able to apply that thing. Other than that, no, I leave room because I know things are always shifting, including me. Does that make sense? All right. Any other questions? But the point being, I did explain it in the Hidden Hand Scroll book about the letter. And I even told people what the letters were. When I do a letter, that's the letter G. It's just simple as that. It's a point of saying, come home. However the G appears to y'all. Okay? It's saying, come home. The home is in the center, All right, that's Dr. Melakazi York also because he said axis. He is the axis point. And axis phonetically is also access. And you can't access without the axis. You have to go through the center. And that's how you open your eyes. Because you have to be able to see to enter. You understand? The center. I explained all of this. I gave a breakdown and a build-up. I don't know why people talk about, we need you to do a 4-hour lecture. Just 4 hours? Just 4? You don't know me. I just started speaking, and we already an hour in. You don't know me. What is 4 hours? We would talk for 13 hours straight. Have done it. And continue to build, answer questions, whatever it is. I don't know what, this ain't even no challenge. We did this. I've done this before people knew who I was. And the first thing people see me do is teaching at a whiteboard. A lot of y'all, first thing, 16-year-old Mason. What do you tell people? They think teaching is the only thing we here to do? That's cute. No, there's a lot more work that needs to actually be done. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we put it in. And the thing is, we know we're not the only one that's supposed to do the work. So we want more people to activate. We don't want to be the only one. That's weird. We want to deal with elite people. Okay? I don't want to be the one that's looked at as elite and everybody looking at me to talk. They want me to handle everything. That's annoying. I want everybody to start activating like elite people so they can start doing what I'm doing, which is doing the works. You don't have to replicate what I'm doing. You just replicate what I'm doing. Does this make sense to you? Once you get the formula, you don't have to repeat and regurgitate me. That's a waste of time. Go out and figure things out and pull the sciences for yourself. There are a million ways to describe this pen. If everybody in this bitch talking about is black, something went wrong. That's what's called a carbon copy. You know what I mean? Now, there's nothing wrong with a carbon copy. That's just not the only element on the periodic table. You understand? And I don't know why people be talking about it. They just got to stop their shit. I can't wait. They just got to stop their shit. Because like I said, I ain't really revealed to people. They got to stop their shit. They'll know one day. Because it get like that. It's carbon in DNA. Hey, take this to the people in the communities and stuff like that. Tell them carbon is not a black people thing so that they don't embarrass not only those who they think they represent, all right, but themselves. Okay? Carbon is not black people. All right? It's not a black people thing. It's in damn near everything on this planet. Okay? So people need to make sure they understand that. Any other questions? I'm here to help. Hope that helps. They got too caught up in race. They want to be Marcus Garvey with a little sprinkle of Dr. Melakazi York. They don't know that you don't do that. It's one or the other. You know what I mean? And it becomes pro-black this, and that's what they get jammed up on. How can you apply? You have to specify what you're looking to apply. You know what I mean? I heard about Dan Calloway. I don't know too much about him. 16 books by Dr. York. No, those 16 books are by myself. If you want 450 books you don't have to pay for by Dr. Melakazi York, you can reach out to a sister. Her name is Farolina, Farolina, on Instagram, and ask her for the link. And anybody mad that's happening and we don't get no fuck, they've been selling Pop's books all these damn years, and they want to really help them. They want to live their life. We don't give a fuck. We ain't selling Pop's books. Pop's books is free. And that's only 450 books, but you ain't reading 450 books in one sitting. So that's enough to keep you busy, at least to the solstice. You know what I mean? You better get on that. But if you want them books for free, you know what I mean? Listen, y'all. I don't need you to buy my books. I don't know where people get this idea from. I don't need people buying my books. And I don't hold back on saying, if you really want that full-blown information, Dr. Melakazi York, go get his books. And I just showed you how to get that shit for free. Farolina. And the sister's already in alignment with us. So she walking with us. So she already knows that some people come and get those books every now and again. And I checked her already from the first time that she said she was doing it. I went and tried to see myself. and she didn't charge for them books. So get all them books, and it comes to you as a file, and you get all of them, and read up on everything you want to read up on. They've been making money off him for too fucking long anyway. Somebody got to put it in the thing. I ain't going to keep saying it. I was thinking about another children movie, too. You go to Farolina, Farolina, on Instagram. Follow her. Okay, if you're going to get the books from her, might as well follow her. All right, she does music also. Follow her, and she's going to send you 450 free books. It's a link. She's going to send you a link. You got to message her for the link, and she'll send it to you. She'll make sure you get it. All right, on Instagram. That name that they keep, there you go. Yeah, I thought about doing another children's movie for sure. I have to figure out the style. But I thought about it for sure. Any other questions? Do I support the matriarch? Come on now. Of course. Like, you got to listen to my song called Woman. I think it's on the Blood of the Lamb album. Before everybody started, like, hopping on the matriarch wave, I was telling people that was arriving. What's good, Fred the Jig? Another one of them children movies? For sure. Tour, yes. Spiritually, I've been being pulled. Synchronicities in my life, like something trying to get my attention. But I don't know what the purpose of it is or what. You have to keep listening. You have to keep listening. The purpose is going to shift every day. You have to keep listening. You have to be able to hear. You have to be able to hear you. You have to be able to hear your mother. You have to be able to hear your father. Those are the two immediate ancestors. You have to know their voices. Because sometimes you ain't going to be able to listen to that voice. Sometimes you need to be able to hear their voice. You got to be able to listen to your two immediate ancestors. All right, and then it helps for you to know the ancestors that come before them, because it's like a card game. If you can look at each ancestor, I don't hope people to take this the wrong way, but if you can look at each ancestor as a card that you can play at different times, and that's the hand you've been dealt. The true hand you've been dealt is a hand of pedigree, is a hand of lineage, it's a hand of ancestry. You didn't determine which ancestors you've had. You just determine what hand, all right, or how you play that hand. You feel what I'm saying? It's been given to you already. You've been given your hand. Now you have to figure out how you're going to play the hand you've been dealt. All right? So if you could see each of your ancestors as an individual card, and the more you know about them, that's why it's important for you to sit and speak with your ancestors. All right? Literally, meaning while they're here. Ancestor don't mean that somebody done passed away. You know that, right? The one who came before you, or you can say predecessor, whatever you like to say. Sit and speak with your elders, talk to them, ask them the hard questions, whatever it is, and get all the information so you'll know more about that card, because it will pop up. All right, this is just the science of heredity anyway. It's going to pop up. It just helps for you to understand, oh, I don't need it. I don't like this card. I don't want to play this card. Or, nah, I got a card that these motherfuckers is not going to expect. You feel what I'm saying? Then you play that card, it didn't wipe the whole game off. But you have to know when or how to play that card. You know what I mean? So you take time to speak with your ancestors. And if you're not able to physically speak with them, here's a gem. Don't listen to anybody else. All right? Or you can. I'm giving you a gem. It works. Learn how to lucid dream. And you can speak to them anytime you want to. Learn how to lucid dream. And as long as you know their name and have some idea of an image of who that being is, when you go into the lucid dream realm, you can call them forth to you, and they will materialize with everything that they are. I'm showing you how to literally bend DNA. You got airbenders, you got earthbenders. You ever heard of a DNA bender? No, you haven't. So when motherfuckers try to take this and run with it, be like, you was on that line. Okay, I'm showing you how to bend DNA and information and outformation and beneath formation. Because you can call them forth and they literally appear as just the thought or the idea was enough to spawn enough DNA information to form an image of a being that is alive and able to speak to you. So learn how to lucid dream, and you'll be able to call them forth to you. Your grandfather passed on. Talk to him in the astral plane. All right? Or the lucid dream realm. Just keep it that simple. And if you don't know what lucid dreaming is, it means that you know you're dreaming. You're awake in the dream. Therefore, you're able to move things around. All right? You have different powers and things you can test out. You got oracles that you can ask to speak with. You can call on wise beings to sit and talk with. You can have different versions of yourself that you run into and meet. The lucid dream realm is very powerful. It's like going back in your DNA. So when you lucid dream is one of the ways you can actually go back and communicate with those beings who are in your DNA to be able to communicate with. And here's what's more. It doesn't have to be an ancestor. You can talk and deal with anybody as long as you have an idea of who and what they are in the lucid dream realm. You get information out of them and all that. And one thing about the lucid dream, you want another secret? People can't lie in the lucid dream realm. If you summon them, they got to tell you the truth. I don't know why it works like that. I mean, you can fact check me, but they got to be truthful. Maybe because of the accelerated state. I don't know. Every time you realize you dream, you wake up. Well, you have a time limit. All right. That's because of the fact that you're shifting through states of what you call consciousness or prociousness. You're shifting through those states when you realize you're dreaming. That's if you go into a dream without knowing you're dreaming and you have a realization moment. That activation causes a climax, family. So it will shift your state and you will accelerate back upwards toward theta, alpha, and beta. But if you go into delta with the intention of being able to take on the form of a beta resonator, then you ain't gonna have to worry about it too much. Still, delta as a realm is going to detect that you're beta. And you still won't be able to be there that long because only ones who are supposed to be there are those who are in delta. That's why lucid dreaming is an ability. If you don't understand what I'm explaining, look up different states of consciousness. You know what I mean? That way you don't think I'm trying to just make stuff up, because you shift through those states. You go through your non-rapid eye movement, then you go through rapid eye movement. You go REM first, and then eventually your non-rapid eye movement. But when you really get into that point of dreaming, you're in a different state. So you have different transitional states, or I call trance states, that function on different realms. So you have your hypnagogic hallucinations that might occur, or hypnagogia, as they might call it, or hypnagogia. All right, so you go through those different states, and you start becoming, you get closer to delta, your literal brain waves start to slow down. You feel me? So the realm gets deeper and more dense as it increases. I know that sounds familiar. I mean, it might be confusing, but all of that is just dealing with what Einstein referred to as time dilation theory. Okay, it's dealing with gravity or the density of a realm and how time moves through it, which is why even when you're in delta state, you come back and you realize that it seemed like time moved quicker when you were in that state. It's all about awareness. So my point is, when you get into those states and you realize there's a moment of realization that you're dreaming, you will start to float back up to the top. And what I mean by the top is from delta to beta. If it doesn't make sense, again, you can study states of consciousness and what happens with the brain when you're sleeping. Is that clear? Sometimes I get called to be an observer in different realms. Then they send me back here when I wake up, like I'm a representative of this realm, but needed to be aware. I understand what you mean. Any other questions? Love you back. I honestly want to know, does he explain this in his books? I explain a lot of that in my books. I think I had a whole segment. What book was it? Where I talk about the dream world. If it was not Out of the Darkness or one of these books. I explain a lot of that. Mirror dimensions. The books are heavy. So if you want the books, again, Play for Change. PlayForChange. Play for Change. That's on Cash App. You can send any amount and you're going to get all 16 books. All right? And that's facts. Have you ever been dreaming and in your dreams you can jump over buildings? Yeah, all of that. I walk on water in my dreams. I teleport in my dreams. I what else? Run up buildings, fly, telekinesis, all that. I remember seeing Dr. York in a dream. He said we are going to a universal world. Yeah, Pops appears in dreams. Okay, I see. Thank you, bro. Now I see why I woke up, had sleep paralysis at that. Yeah, a lot of that is because of the different states of transitions. Like when you transition in between being awake and being quote unquote sleep, some people get caught in that realm, which is not a negative thing. It's really your observation is peaked enough to observe that realm. And you don't go dormant in observation. So you are really observing that reality. And as you're observing that reality, you'll be able to pick up on different things, extrasensory activity that you wouldn't be picking up on if you were just in beta or in delta or in alpha or theta. Now, one way I could say for people, and I got to put this disclaimer out there, if you have to drive to work and do all this other, anything dealing with having to operate a vehicle and all of that, then bypass what I'm saying until you're able to get into a position where you don't have to do any of those things. For those who don't have to do that type of thing, what you could do is just stay awake, right? When you start feeling like, yo, I'm sleepy, stay up. And you like, yo, how long should I keep going? Until it becomes a situation where it's like, yo, I really have to go to sleep. And if you can go 24 hours, some people can't, some people can. What you're going to experience is warping, for one. It's going to be woo, 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 woo. When you start experiencing that warping, that's when you start focusing heavy on intention. What is it that you want revealed to you? Who do you want to communicate with? When you start feeling those warps, that's when you want to put on things that will match that or raise that. Put on 432 or 528 hertz. All right. When you start feeling, you're going to know what I'm talking about when it happens. You'll feel the warping. Again, if you have to get on the road behind the wheel, don't do this. This is what teachers do, by the way. We take responsibility for what we teach. So I'm not telling, if you have to get on that, you have to be cautious about that. You know, I don't want nobody falling asleep on the road. All right. But if you're in a situation where you can be 5-6 days without having to you just sit in your house. Okay, you can do this. You can challenge yourself. You start accessing theta. Another thing, you can position somebody when you getting sleepy. You can position somebody near you that when you're about to go to sleep and you start drifting off, have them speak to you. Okay, you got to be cautious with this. I'm being told this even as I'm speaking this because I was told in the dream realm the other day to be cautious of certain things. I'm telling people only not because it's secret, but because some people are reckless with information and they don't apply it the right way and it can be harmful. When you can have somebody next to you, and when you're talking to them, okay, hold a conversation with them. It could be about anything. The moment you start drifting off, have them clap, okay? And that's going to activate theta. And in the moment you come back, you're going to probably gasp, right? Or you'll be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And it's going to be that moment. Pay attention to that moment. Put an intention on what it is you want to receive. What is it you want to know? Theta. Theta is what they claim is a divine state where inspiration comes from. All of that. So if you really want to, I'm telling you what to do. You don't got to listen to me. Don't listen to the nigga who is just Omari. He's just phase one. Yeah, he just was in the hood. He the one who woke everybody up that they want to act like didn't exist. Yeah, don't listen to me. Listen to everybody else talking about we got DEA. We got law enforcement, genetics and shit. Don't listen to me. Listen to them. For those who will listen to me, because I'm a nut. I'm crazy. I'm insane. You can really do this stuff, and then it starts to shape you another way. It's not nothing spiritual or spooky. It's scientific. There's a science to this where a lot of the wheels don't even have to be reinvented. You just have to know how to use them. So you can be sitting there talking to somebody. The moment you get it doing mumbling and stuff, have them, and they bring you back, right? That bringing you back shifts you up to theta. You know what I'm saying? First. And then you start assuming beta again. And let that keep happening every time. That's one way. Another way is, and you got to be cautious with this. You want to make sure your mind is clear. You want to make sure you weren't indulging in pornography. You want to make sure you ain't dealing with any traumatic experiences. You want to be cautious with this. I call it the 30 count. I didn't learn it from nobody. When I was a child, my brothers and them, we used to be in the room. They used to be wanting to go to sleep, talking about they can't sleep. I used to tell them how to go put themselves to rest. And you really want to be cautious with this because it's hypnotic. There's a hypnotic essence to what I'm giving you. So just be cautious. But a 30 count, you count from 30 all the way down to 0. Then you start over and you go 29, 0. Start over, 28, 0. Start over, 27, 0. All right? Most people ain't going to make it through it all the way anyway. I've observed where people who done got stuck on numbers. They do one and then they get back in it. They done it for a few times, the cycles. You were in a different state. You know what I mean? But if you really want to start getting in tune with that etheric self and learning more about the different layers of you, everything I'm telling you right now, you can literally do this stuff. You ain't got to believe me and all this bullshit. Just do it and see what happens. Okay? Monotone, all right, activates things. Fluctuation and modulation of tone activates other things. So if I'm speaking to you like this, monotone activates certain things. So when you start saying 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, your being starts to relax, but you're also using something, your vocal cords, that requires voluntary action. So the involuntary is still going along with the voluntary. Whereas in the sleep state, voluntary shuts down and involuntary is active. You understand that you're at that point activating the brainstem in a whole different way, the pons in a whole different way, the medulla oblongata a whole different way. You understand? As opposed to it just regulating the breathing and heartbeat and all this other stuff is being used in another way because you're merging it with critical thinking and all kind of stuff, frontal lobe and all these other functions, because now you're having to focus on keeping the number count going. And the easiest way for you to do that, all right, without fluctuating too much, is to maintain monotone. Am I losing anybody? I know it could be like, yo, FaZe, what you doing? Just start rapping again. I don't want to be losing nobody now. This is real science that you can try for yourself. You ain't going to find it in no science book, but you can research the sciences that come with what I'm telling you, and you will know that they're real. All right? So 30 count activates it. And it being higher states of consciousness, or consciousness, as some people say. That clap method, but that takes a partner. What else? There's a lot of different things that I could tell you how to do. You know what I mean? But it's just, you have to be able to use these sciences cautiously. All right? Any questions? This is the late night edition we're following. Yeah, walk with me. Don't follow. You walk with me. I hear you, though. Do you have information on the Valley of the Dry Bones by Ben Shelley? No, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't Google that shit that long. I don't know what you're talking about, no. Picked up, I know the Valley of the Dry Bones is biblical. You can find that in Ezekiel if you ask him about that. Other than that, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Imagine your Mason Lodge doing spells on you and the spirit telling you leave. Why would I do that? Just because you said so? What the hell are you talking about? What the hell? You imagine that. Don't imagine no shit like that. Why the fuck would I imagine that? My lodge didn't do nothing wrong to me. Imagine your lodge? Why would I need to imagine your lodge doing that? Here it comes. It's getting late. It's after 4. Where did Malachi get his teachings from, brother? What teachings? If you say all of them, I'm going to flip. Because you ain't been listening. What teachings? You have to deal with the fact that Dr. Malachi, I feel like a broken record. He didn't teach one thing. You have to let me know which one you're talking about. What are your thoughts on spiritual machines? What do you mean by spiritual machine? You mean technology that exists in the etheric realm? Or technology that has the ability to access quantum realms? Let me know which one you're talking about. I'm telling you what I experienced, but okay. Yeah, I understand. It's just that you said for me to, it's like, imagine didn't say, hey, could you imagine? You just like imagine. I didn't know why. I didn't understand what you were getting at. What's the Cash App again so I can get these books? Hey, listen, don't just send the money. Make sure y'all send y'all email too, okay, so that it can be sent to your email. But the Cash App is Play for Change, PlayForChange. Make sure y'all send y'all email too. All right, and I know we got another load to send out, so if y'all had already, I understand it's another load coming. So those of y'all who getting it now, you're gonna get put in with them, and that'll be sent soon. All right, word origins. Where should we look? Nuwapic can be hard to refer to without a book. Oh, huh? Are you asking like about the Nuwapic books? Play for Change, send donation with, yeah, yes, it's a free will offering. I want to tell you about this ringing in my head that I focused on once and stared in the mirror. Something started happening and I don't want to explain it with the wrong words. Explain it with the right words. The science of the pyramid stated Adafa built the Mir of Khufu. Khufu actually renovated and reconstructed it. Anybody got any questions though? At the same time? Brother, I asked because people say read the Bible, follow Jesus, but that was people's interpretation of encounters. So I just want to know where he learned this from. Yeah, I also understand that, like, what I mean by asking you what are you talking, meaning like what subject are you asking about? Or what you could do is take some time to go and research Dr. Malachi Z. York fully, and then you won't probably even have to ask that because you have to deal with, he's not like a Christian teacher or just a Muslim teacher or just a Hindu teacher or just a esoteric teacher. He taught a lot of stuff. I know that might be kind of difficult to understand what I'm saying. I can't give you a single answer because he literally talked about, Dr. York beat the game, family. he talked about every fucking thing. He taught every damn thing. So he learned from everything. He learned from everywhere. I don't know what you, and he came up with stuff that they didn't know nothing about. And I ain't even really can't say came up with. He taught stuff that they didn't know was here. So, yeah. Life has been treating me. Why did I saw the alignment 2 years ago vividly in a dream? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why you saw that. Please talk about the word El because it's in my name. El means God. El is also a letter, all right, which deals with foundational principles of the right angle. So you draw a capital L, it's a right angle, the foundation of all things. Are you on the level? If you are, you understand. If not, then balance. Balance. It's all about balance. You can call it balance because balance gives you soul, I. Okay, your ability to see from your solar self, the center. Is that clear? Should be. What's the difference between mirror viewing and astral projection? The mirror viewing may be the wrong. You're talking about scrying. I think you're talking about scrying. Is not much of a difference because sometimes you can scry into a mirror. Only difference is how would you know you did that? Because if you went into a mirror, what will occur? Hypothetically, let's say it like that so people don't. Your reality would flip. Like I explained in Nothing Versus Everything, my book, Nothing Versus Everything, you put your right hand up to a mirror, it's no longer your right hand. It's your left hand. You can go test that out. Anybody that's on the live right now, walk up to a mirror in your bathroom, put your right hand on it, and trade places with yourself in the mirror mentally, and you're going to realize it's your left hand. Okay? It's a reverse reality. So even if you went into it, it would be a big challenge for you to understand that you even went into that mirror or projected into that mirror. That's why the best way to explain it is the realization that the being inside of the mirror is observing you you're not observing the being inside the mirror. That's where a lot of people stop at. It's important that they stop there so they don't go crazy. However, the center of that is this both. That you're observing you and you're observing you. That's why it's called a reflection. If you have a refraction, that'll be different. If I have a refraction, I'm looking at the side of a glass, I see a straw, and it's looking one way and it's looking another way, then in reality, that which has been observed is two different things. Okay? With a mirror, what's being observed is the same thing, just from a different direction, negative and positive. You understand what I'm explaining to you? So you could astral project into a mirror, except you would take on the form of you, potentially. And then when would you have the point of reference that you travel anywhere? Like, if you're standing still and I say, go, and you just stand there, how will you know how far you traveled? That's what happens when you astral project into a mirror. You understand? Because the moment you went into that mirror, you were just right there anyway, which means you didn't really travel a distance. You shifted position. All right? And if you want to know about a position of a thing or something or someone, you look at the pose it is in. Position. Pose is in. And if you're in that pose, holding it right there, right hand to the mirror, and you trade places with yourself, you did project. Now, this could happen with scrying. This could happen with looking into a black mirror. You got a black mirror on your phone. You know what I mean? Literally, when you close that screen, that's a black mirror. There's a black mirror on your iMac. There's a black mirror on your MacBook. There are black mirrors everywhere. All this is dealing with is games with light, science of light, and the assumption of existence. You assume you exist, therefore you exist, as a reality that comes with your assumption. However, that reality is skewed based on your perception of light. Because right now, you're looking at phase one. That's what you think, right? Now watch this. You're looking at Omari. That's what you think, right? Now watch this. You're looking at Omari Hargrove. That's what you think, right? You say, we just talking about, okay, watch this. You're not actually looking at me. You're looking at my silhouette. You feel silly yet? All right, watch this. You're not actually looking at my silhouette. You're looking at a reflection of something that is light, that's reflecting behind me, that's causing a reflection from my computer and from my phone, that's reflecting back to you, that's coming as an image back in your phone, and you're not actually looking at me, you're looking at your phone. And you're looking at pixels on your screen, so you never were looking at me to begin with. And you're not hearing my voice, you're hearing sound waves, all right, being converted into electronic signals, being reconverted into sound waves coming to your ear from a speaker, but you're not actually hearing me, you're not actually seeing me. All of this is an illusion. As a matter of fact, if you take this that's happening on your screen off and somebody walks in and sees you just looking at your phone, they're going to think something wrong with you. Because why the fuck you just looking at your phone like that? But don't feel bad, because somebody will take all this stuff off from my phone and walk in it. Why the fuck is you just sitting here talking to this metal box like this? You feel it's all an illusion. It's games of light. And your assumption of existence places you in different positions in this game. I don't exist. I exist, but I don't exist. The event is occurring. I'm projecting here, but one day all that goes away. That's why they mad at me, because they like, you supposed to be vain with us. I'm not vain with you. No, it's worthless. It goes away. And then they're going to talk about me. You know, some people like, we knew he was going to die. Oh, did you? Did you know he was going to die? Spoiler, you too. You know what I mean? It only means things too. It means things too. Is that clear though? So astral projection and scrying are one and the same. It's two different sciences having to deal with light and the assumption of existence and moving from one point to another. That's why the word projection is there. And astral projection isn't even really the best word for it. It really should be somewhere along the line of etheric traversion. Okay? If you want to call it that, etheric traversing. Because astral is really the stars. A lot of people they're not able to travel up there. A lot of people astral project and walk around here like this. They just ghosts. And they call themselves Etherians in that state. But a lot of people don't travel the stars or the astrals. You know what I mean? Or the akashas. But you can call it that if you want to keep it that simple. You can Dr. Melakazi yours into Google. When you astral project, what does it feel like? It depends. It literally depends on the person. I can't tell you what it's gonna feel like for you. For me, well, you did say you. When I astral project, it feels magnetic. It feels like if you put magnets around a person's body, very tiny magnets around a person, and have those magnets constantly shifting in position, right? It feels like that. It feels like waves are moving around you at all times. Yet it also still feels very physical, which I guess another way to explain it is it feels that you're more in tune with the body, all right? Just as it would feel if you were able to detect the blood flow right now that's moving through your veins. If you could really detect how it feels that blood is rushing through that's how astral projection is, because you feel all of that and things are heightened. Everything is heightened. You understand? Your emotions are heightened, everything. He deleted the psychedelic comment. You full of shit. You're deleting your own it says retracted. You see how these bots be? You're a bot. You're a whole bot out here in life. It literally says message retracted. We see you. and he deleted my comment. Like this was a person that was a matter of importance. Okay, I'm about to roast your ass. I'm about to roast you. LTK deleted. I'm about to get on your ass. It was coming. Oh, I had some shit lined up. You be taking everything I say out of context. Put it in context. Lock the shit so it can't be taken out of it. I deleted it. He didn't delete it. You supposed to answer mine. That's why I retracted. Y'all be interesting. What are you anticipating to happen within the next 3 months? I'm not. I have no anticipation. How you feel about Boss Man D-Lo music? He was bad at fucking school. I don't know what to feel. What are you talking about? I mean, he hard though. Like he fire. Is that what you mean? I don't know. That took me off guard. I mean, I fuck with it. I don't listen to it. I hope, you know what I mean? I hope you ain't him. Like, disguised. I don't listen to it, bro. But I mean, I can see why it's like I can see why people fuck with it. Same thing I told Ceci Ray. I see why people fuck with the music. He was bad at fucking school. Now he trying to dodge his sentence. He was driving a car like he ain't love his life. I heard his story. It was hard. He got his own swag going on. I think niggas, you know what I mean, gonna have a hard time trying to get up with him in that. But I don't know. He fire though. Yeah, TT fire. That's a hard song. What's one book you can say had a major impact on you? The Holy Tablets by Dr. Melakazi York. No, The Holy Tablets by Dr. Melakazi York. Dr. York spoke briefly on Stop. Like I said, you a bot. What do you mean he spoke briefly on diet? What are you talking about? Put it in context. Put it in context. Phase 1, you and D1 make music together? If no, why not? Because D1 act blind when he look in my direction. He see everybody else. Soon as he see me, he's Stevie Wonder. And I'm saying Stevie Wonder on purpose. Stevie, we know. Stevie, we know by now. We know by now, Stevie. Rahubat, Steve. And we know by now. And we knew then. What I mean he blind? What you think I mean he blind? He's Stevie Wonder when it comes to phase 1. He will respond to you. Like, if you go comment under his shit and say some shit, he gonna make a video with your comment on it. And respond, that nigga will not respond to phase one. They be like, they know better. And maybe let's say he does. They know that if they say my name, it's gonna bring more people to me. They gonna bring more people. And I ain't with the fake kicking it. Let's do it for real. What we on? What's your take on dieting, brother, as far as what we should be eating? Also, what book would you recommend from Dr. York as far as diet? The Holy Tablets by Dr. Malachi York. You'll see. Just go to chapter 7, The Living Soul of the Holy Tablets, or Science of Healing book by Dr. Malachi York. As far as what I think your diet should be, what you should be, I can't tell you what you should be eating. Because you might be allergic to certain shit. Do people be thinking about that? We need peanuts, including him over here. Because he gonna die if he eat that shit. I can't tell you what the hell you supposed to be eating. I stopped eating meat January 1st, reluctantly, and haven't eaten it since. I stopped eating cheese. I stopped eating a lot of stuff. I don't eat fish, none of the seafood, none of that. I still was trying to fuck with all that impossible shit. But as of 2 months ago, my body literally rejects it. That's another thing. All y'all people going through dietary alterations and your body is rejecting food, that's a part of the genetic regulation. That's a part of the genetic alteration. It just, you try to eat the shit and it just come back up because you ain't supposed to be eating it. Your body telling you. It's like, all right, we ain't even finna let you keep this shit down no more since you want to be hard-headed. I'm speaking from experience. But I ain't the one, y'all. It's plenty of people out there for that. You got Yaki. I can't even really, because Yaki would tell y'all don't drink water. But yeah, I don't know. You got Dr. Sebi. I don't know, bro. I don't fucking know. It's food. It's food. It's food. It's food. Eat what you got to, you know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. Type shit. What you want me to say? It's people that teach food. They teach food. If he say all we need is oxygen and sunlight, why the fuck he be eating? Why niggas be eating this shit? He was just over there at the damn West End eating food. Why he be eating then? His dad need to be out there breathing and bathing in the sun. These folk trying to get y'all, boy. Y'all don't want to die fucking around these people. What you doing? I'm listening to Yaki. Bro, you sound, no, I'm ascending, brother. That'll do it every time. Death will do that. I'm ascending. This nigga said, don't drink water because your neck wasn't made to drink that water. We don't have long necks that can get that. So what the fuck these is? Why we can cup our... Y'all know what happened when he get late. I'm about to get off here. This nigga said, oh shit. My dumb ass talking about some, yo, Yaki know what he talking about. Clicked on the video, then he said, and we not supposed to be drinking water. I'm like, fuck. I tried to vouch for niggas. The hell? I did my best. Until he did, I said, he don't mean that like that. He mean, your neck not long enough. Bro, you making this hard for me, bro. Like, how can I explain this shit to people? You gotta have a long neck. That's how you get down and drink the water up out the thing. You gotta get all that water from fruit. Niggas is dying. That's a death sentence. The hell? Nigga done ran a marathon. Trying to survive with a banana. Boy, your ass finna die, boy. Here, bro, drink the H2O. We need H3O. We need 3. Nigga finna die. We don't need water while we bathing in it. Our body takes it in. Wouldn't he be bathing in fruit too then? He'd just be sitting in a pool of grapes. Niggas gonna be smelling like straight fiber. That brother Shamar is determined to get his question answered. Okay, my bad, Shamar. What's your question? Does our bodily seminal fluids play part in etheric body spirit projection for us? You have to ask it a different way. Are you saying, does the orgasm have something to do with your ability to astral project? He's like, I ain't say shit like that. Because I don't understand what you mean by that. He said we barely need water too. We be over drinking when we know for a fact almost everyone is dehydrated and sleep. I don't care what he said no more. And remember to drink water because it's okay. Okay. Ever heard of coconut water? Yeah. Why you stay away from porn? How does it affect you? Huh? Who are you, the fan? How you know I stay away from porn? What the hell? Who sent you? Like personal. I stay away from pornography simply because it doesn't enhance you. And I was just talking to a young brother today saying, I wish that people would never told me about that. There was a nigga that told me about that shit when I was in 10th grade. I wish I would have never been told about it. Because up until 10th grade, I didn't know you could access that shit for free online. I wish nobody would never told me that shit. That was the worst shit anybody could ever told me. I thought people had to be, I was making fun of them like, nigga, y'all buying porn, da-da-da-da-da. He like, nigga, it's free. That was the devil. And I'm not even joking, like, you know what I mean? And they knew what they were doing, making that type, because it's not the pornography. It's the sensuality, it's the sexuality, and it's the chemical response in the brain, the dopamine release of being able to explore. And, you know, they knew what they were doing. And they got a lot of people stuck there. So, I hope they get out. I did 90-day retention and everything started opening and people looked at me way different. Listen, is a sister saying this or is Land unisex? I'm not trying to be funny. Take your phone off silent because they called you to come listen to this. Thanks for answering the call. We're watching you. Okay. No way you building on this same thing again. What the science behind? Y'all sleepy, ain't it? Do we need to accumulate a certain amount of semen retention to be able to leave out our body more smoothly? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. It was a clap. Y'all crazy. In ATL. Yeah, I'm in ATL still. Hey, they talking about, somebody asked why you named this video what you did. Sorry. Oh, no, you good. Don't mind me now. Y'all gonna realize I'm just me. Okay, I see bet. LOL, my nigga be dropping gems, bro. Facts. Well, what if I was one of them people, yo, don't call me nigga, my brother. Don't call me nigga, my brother. We're not nigga. It's not nigga, we're not nigga, she's not nigga, brother. I would be annoyed with me. Nigga. I don't give a damn about that type of shit. Hey, I'm putting this on record. I don't give a fuck white people say that shit. It was a white man walked up to me. It like he was expecting that shit to mean something to me. He was talking about it was a homeless guy. It was back in like 2019, 2020. He walked up to me talking about how he had an issue with another dude. He was like, man, I'm tired, man. Such and such, this nigga, this, and they just looked at me. I just looked at him like, go on. I want to hear the rest of the story. Tell me more about the person that got on your nerves. I don't give a fuck about that shit. The hell? Niggas be getting mad at me because I don't have to be like worried about what my ancestors had to worry about. That was them. I don't gotta, what the fuck? Why I'm holding on to that shit? That was traumatizing for them. Why I need to be traumatized by it? The fuck? Like, do I have to keep reliving a story to know it? Like, you could teach, you could teach slavery once to me. You don't gotta keep teaching me the same shit. The fuck? Yo, slavery happened. Oh, that's fucked up. Slavery happened. That's fucked up. You know what happened when you keep telling somebody some fucked up shit? After a while, you know what I'm saying, fucked up no more. You're desensitizing us talking about the white man doing it. Stop making that shit the basis of our lives. It's not. And I don't give a damn if them Caucasoids say nigga. Let them. I don't give a damn. What do they got to do with me? Oh, he called you a nigga. What you gonna do? I'm gonna sit here and do what I was doing before you said some shit. This irrelevant ass specimen is, excuse me, calling me something. And I don't, why? Our ancestors. First of all, did you ask me who I am? Nigga, I could be Mongoloid. Do you know that? Before you start throwing that our ancestors shit around, do you ask people first before you start just touching that mic, to the feedback, and start saying shit about us? Our ancestors fought. You talking to a room full of niggas who their ancestors might have been conquistadors. You ain't talking to everybody's. Everybody ain't the same people. So shit. They don't ever take into consideration. You might be talking to somebody who ancestors used to call motherfuckers that. Why they need to be offended? No offense, but they was the offenders. The hell? I don't give a damn. I got my own brain. They were mad at me the other day on the live. Because they were talking about, ain't you got Blackfoot ancestry? Why you don't claim your Blackfoot? I don't give a fuck. I don't have to do that. I don't got to do that shit. The hell? I could say it, then what? All right, I'm Blackfoot. Now what? You going to give me some money? You going to help me do some shit? Or you just going to clap for me now and say I'm American Indian with you? And we going to, what's going to happen? Do they got land? No. Okay. Do you speak your Native American or American Indian heritage language? No. Okay. What you know it for? What do you know it for again? Because if I'm going to know some shit, it's going to help me. Yeah. I love the fact that I got Blackfoot ancestry. That don't got shit to do with what I'm going to eat tomorrow. You got to eat what your ancestors ate. I don't like what my ancestors ate. My ancestors was eating frogs and shit. Literally. Eating frogs, snake, and all that. I don't like that shit. If that mean I'm defying them, then they gonna have to talk to me on the other side of this shit. They know me, though. They know not to bring me no shit like that. They know. Yeah. Niggas was really getting mad at me. You talk about Dr. York more than you talk about Blackfoot. You talk about Dr. York more than you talk about... Dr. York is public. You can go look that up. My ancestry don't have shit to do with you. You ain't gonna fuck. Why you want to know about my great-grandmama? What the hell? Who sent you? I don't got to walk around with that shit like it's a t-shirt. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I love my ancestors. That don't mean I got to imitate them, walk around with feathers and shit. Swipe my face every taking shit, keep falling on. Man, get the fuck out of here, nigga. I'll try to look powerful. I got to do this every few seconds. Niggas like, is it me? No, it's his feather. It's his feather. You smell all right. I don't got time for that shit. Yeah. Bro, all this focus on stuff that ain't even gonna mean nothing, bro. It ain't gonna mean nothing. Damn. Why people don't want to claim what they actually are? You know what I claim? I'm alive like a motherfucker. What's your nationality? Alive. You can't do that. You can't do that. What? Tell me shit. You can't tell me shit, nigga. My ancestors are green leaf, da-da-da-da. Nigga, you ain't got no green leaves in your backyard. What are you talking about? I'm Choctaw with the chick with Chapata Lake. Nigga, ain't you finna get in a Pontiac? Y'all need to be taking this shit serious as hell. You getting in a car that's a op to your family, nigga. They were warring tribes. You driving this shit. You repping the other side. The hell? And they know me, though. They know me. They know me. Don't fuck with me. I love my ancestors. They know, they probably laughing their ass off. Cuz what the fuck? Who y'all thought y'all was talking to? I said F Black history. Meaning the whole shit don't make sense. Wipe it. F Black history. They lie about everything. Shit, I'm not gonna trust you just because you put feathers on. Yeah. All this status symbol shit. One motherfucker got a feather on. One person got a $100,000 piece of jewelry on, which makes no sense. Or somebody walk around with fucking a wheel on their chest or a clock, whatever the fuck. All this status symbol shit. Breathe. There you go. There go your nationality right there. That's proof of your living being right there. That's all the proof you ever needed, silly. Yeah, you got to prove to these people you alive for. I'm a living being. I'm not a statue. You sound retarded as fuck. What are you talking about? Nobody actually thought you was a statue, nigga. But hey, anyway. Imagine somebody talking to you at the dinner table saying that shit. I'm a living being. You mean it? You promise? Do you promise? Come on, fam. You don't got to do what your ancestors did to honor them. Somebody lied. You can keep the tradition too. That could be a part of honoring them. But you don't have to do what they did to honor them. You don't have to call yourself what they called themselves to honor them. Just honor them. People talking about honoring their ancestors don't even have an altar set up in their house. Talking about honoring their ancestors, they don't have, what pieces of your ancestors do you have? What relics do you keep? Do you have their hair? Do you have their wristband? Do you have one of their pair of shoes? Do you have anything that's still theirs that hold their frequency? Niggas want to, we need money. It's all boiled down to money. You ever notice that? We need our reparations. We need money, 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 money. That's all they give a damn about. That's happening on multiple fronts. People want reparations because they care about money. They don't care about what their ancestors went through. Because if you really took a second to think about just what the children endured, why the fuck do you think money is going to fix that? Money ain't going to fix shit. You can get your ass up, go work. You can start a business, make some money. You can hit the lottery, make some money. Money ain't the thing. It's this. It's this. Whatever this is that make you think reparation is a fix for what happened to those of you who have ancestors who were prisoners of war. How does money fix that? Especially when a lot of those, hold on, somebody said, you gonna take it there? I said, yeah. A lot of those ancestors of yours who were prisoners of war had land. And they fought for their land. You're not asking for your land back. You're asking for some money. That money is going to be spent right back into the same machine that was built on their backs, on their land. And you think you've done your ancestors a service when the purpose of their fighting for the land was to make sure that you didn't have to worry about getting no fucking money from these people because you have been able to work your land yourself, live how you want to live, barter and trade how you want to barter and trade. You think these people standing up there talking some reparations means anything to people with sense? Then you got these, we got to set up where we can go back and find their people. Oh, you talking about the remaining ones? All right, let's play that game. What about everybody that jumped off of the crafts? They jumped off of the ships into the ocean. You gonna find them? What about everybody who you burned alive because they refused to get in line? You can't find that record without going through the dental records of the people who get burned alive in right now time. So you talking about long time ago's days, you gonna go back and find the people that y'all was burning alive, the people that y'all was tarring and feathering, the people that you was burying up under lakes, the people that you was burying up underground, the people that you gonna go back, not only dig all that up, which you walking over that every day, you're gonna also be able to take DNA from these beings who have been there for hundreds of years, decaying, and tie them to all of these people that are saying they need their land. Okay, so then you're gonna have to move damn near every Walmart, every the White House got to be dug under. You gotta go, you gotta rip up the whole Louisiana. You gotta rip up the whole Georgia. You gotta rip up the whole Mississippi, where you had these burial grounds where you just toss bodies in there, and you had no genealogy to refer to. There's no documentation. So what the fuck are they talking about? What are they talking? It doesn't make sense. Stop falling for it, or do what you want to do. Reparations, if they ever say we're going to give it to y'all, ain't even going to make sense, because then you're going to have to verify who's black. Then even if they just give everybody who just don't pass the paper bad test some money, then the money gone. Then what? Then what? I hope y'all catching what I'm saying. It's a game. That root word right there in reparations is repair. How you gonna repair some shit as it's passed on, saying this doesn't happen? That's still happening. Like, if I'm stabbing somebody, I'm stabbing somebody. They can't get reparations for being stabbed until I'm done stabbing them. Land was stolen. Heritage was stolen. People were stolen. You would have to reverse that first. That had to pause and reverse before you could say repair. They're lying to y'all. They're playing you. They're using the black game, which is why I say F, black history. They're using the color game. Stop falling for it. Wake up, wake up, wake up out of your sleep. You have in your being the melanin dominant gene. Melanin dominance is going to always reign beyond melanin recessive. It's genetics. It has nothing to do with a race or an identity. If I say, yo, according to this eye color gene, a part of your DNA being expressed, you're going to have brown pigment, okay? Your mother could have blue eyes. Your father could have brown eyes. They get together, that gene dominates as brown, and what you call them blue eyes ain't even really blue eyes. It's really a scattered light effect because of a lack of pigmentation. That's a whole nother story. Well, let's say you thought blue was the pigment color, like people think blue is the sky color. You study the physics of scattered light or scatter of light, then you'll understand what I'm saying. The chemicals, the way they're reacting is making you think you're seeing blue, but it's really just a reflection of a present state of scattered light. Anyway, you have blue and brown. One dominates, then that one becomes the dominant trait. Okay, you have two melanin dominant people. They can mate and produce an albino if the melanin dominant trait begins to recede for whatever reason. That albino can go on and mate with a Caucasoid and skip generations into someone who would still possess some of the melanin dominant gene, because that's dealing with genotypical features, not just phenotypical features of the being. You'll still have the afro, which starts to go into 8 ether, 7 ether, curly hair. And then it starts to recede further as you mix into that Caucasoid's bloodline. Then those two people's children or child goes and mixes with another Caucasoid. And then eventually it stabilizes as a melanin recessive human being or a melanin recessive being. That's a Caucasoid. This is science. How'd that make him white? The fuck is white? Now, this same white person, because let me tell you how stupid it is. This same white person who has ancestors who were melanin dominant, whose ancestors were prisoners of war or slaves, you'll look at that white man and say, you did this to our ancestors. Your people did this to our ancestors. And he looking at you like, nigga, we got the same type of ancestors. I just look like this because of who mixed in the bloodline. But you're looking at white people thinking that all their ancestors were slave owners. And they looking at you thinking all your ancestors was fucking slaves. And the elite looking at both of y'all laughing their ass off. Laughing because it's a game to them. And everybody on that board is just chess pieces, pawns. They get to move around, bishop here, da-da-da-da. And polarization works every time. Just split it down the middle. Just split it. They'll figure it out. And so that they split the shit, motherfuckers go here and there. You know what I mean? They get one person work on the left tire, one person work on the right tire, one person work on the left seat, one person, next thing you know, built their whole car. I'm gonna build a better fucking tire than you. I'm gonna build a better tire than you. The shit don't even fucking belong to you. You building their car. They tricked everybody. My body, my choice. They tricked you. Listen, it is your choice whether or not the baby lives or whether or not the baby dies. Which means that both options are pro-choice. Pro-choice. Both options are pro-choice. But they convinced you that one of them was pro-life. One of them was pro-choice. They're both choice. If you're saying I'm pro-choice, pro-life is a choice. No, that's not what we mean. I know that's not what you mean because you mean to confuse people. You can choose to let somebody live. You can choose to let somebody pass on. That's true. But why are they only calling one pro-choice? And why is only one being called pro-life? It's a trick. And they're literally using the words and then trying to scare people into using it as a form of contraception. Do you get what I'm saying? And sisters, women, they don't give a damn about y'all. They care about this. Because when they start doing that, one side say, I'm going to build a better tire than you. Another side say, I'm going to build a better tire than you. And you ain't even building your car, you're building their car. Let me know when to stop. You're building their car. If they cared about your body and the health thereof, they wouldn't allow for foods to be out here that damage your genes. They wouldn't allow for alcohol to be sold to the mass public. They wouldn't allow for anything that harms the being to be sold. If it's your body and they care so much about women and their health care, then why do they sell destructive products to women? Why are there women in the rehab facilities because of certain drugs that done hit the streets unregulated? Why do they allow for certain chemicals to be placed in products that literally cause addiction, that begin to affect the woman's health if they care about the woman? You care about women and their health care? Come out, all of y'all. Advocate to shut down and make illegal the alcohol stores, the liquor stores, the drug stores. Shut that down. You care about women and their health. They ain't gonna do that. Why would they do that? They make too much this. Wait a minute. Reverse. They make a lot of this, What? Oh, I think I understand. Okay, I get it. So they lied. They can't stop abortion. They can stop funding coming in for certain procedures. But the abortion has always been the choice. So they know what they're doing by saying, this person, these people over here want to stop abortion. They know what they're doing because of all of the rhetoric they already done piled up on top of that. They know what they're doing because it does this. And the moment it does that, people start fighting each other. People that ain't even having sex. Don't even plan to have children. None of that. They just fighting because they think it's a woman thing. As they would. Not knowing these people are talking about funding. It's about money. Now, those same people screaming that there need to be clinics and all this other stuff that's supported and financed, y'all are not asking for checks and balances. Y'all are not putting in collective requests to find out whether or not all that money is even going into what y'all are talking about. And why is there no argument being put forth or point being put forth that the same $60 million that can go into a Planned Parenthood establishment can go into a community to support the sisters who are having children so that they don't have to worry about whether or not they'll be able to take care of the child, which they always run into them impoverished communities to try to stress these things. Oh, what about your health? What about the baby? Think about the baby. You don't want the baby to have no problems. You want to make sure you live. They throw statistics. Oh, certain amount of women die in childbirth. Da, 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 da. You might not be able to take care of it. How about create programs using that money that help strengthen the women to be able to produce children, to be able to take care of the children so that they can come to you for things like that. Actual resources that take care of them in that community. They ain't got to worry about whether or not the father is going to step up. Now, this is not a matter that directly affects me. I'm not a woman. I want to make sure that that's known. I will never understand what it means to be braced with the reality of having to potentially bring a life through here. I'll never know that. So I don't want it to seem as if I'm being insensitive to all of the different things that take place where you were not expecting a child or you really didn't intend to have a child and someone forced themselves on you. And I know that that is a part of it. And there is no but that follows. What I'm saying with that is they are using those realities to play on and trigger emotion, trauma that causes division when one side feels that the other side doesn't understand where they're coming from. And then the other side starts to activate as self-righteous people say, oh, we're not killing babies, da, 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 da. And they're not thinking about the people who are actually affected by what they're trying to marginalize as, oh, it doesn't even always happen like that. You can't say stuff like that. You can't say, oh, that doesn't even always happen. That's only like 1%. It still happens. So now you sound disingenuous to the people who actually experience those things. But you're being self-righteous and they're being then it becomes a division. It's the same weapon used over and over again. Stop falling for the tricks. Any questions? I ain't been looking at the screen. Any questions? Your music got me through my divorce last year during green light and through the pain of my 2 miscarriages. I want to thank you for your contributions. I cried to your words. Tawa, I thank you too. We walking this walk together. Keep going. You keep going. We all keep going. Any questions? How much more you want on the L? I told you what the L is. What was your mindset creating a homeless project? That is a class. I was homeless. What you on? I was homeless. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? And I'm still homeless. If you understand. You look at the cover of the Homeless album, and you'll see 3 pyramids lined up with 3 dots over them. All right? It's to express Orion, heaven, as home. Long as I'm on earth, and this place hasn't been made like home, I can't even call this place a home away from home. So until I'm home, I'm homeless. I don't have home with me, meaning I'm not there. It is a bando. You get it? Do you collab with other genres? I would like to. I make house electric music, but share what I learned through music. Yeah, I don't mind. Can you speak on MSTA, Morris Science Temple of America, and what you learned with Morris Science compared to Nuwapu? I could speak on that. Yeah, I mean, you asked me what I like. Ask me a question, other than just speak on it. I couldn't walk. Thank you for what you gave me, FaZe. I'm almost running again. You're welcome. I'm grateful to hear that. Is there a difference between Wusaberto? You mean Wusabat and Nuwapu? I think there is, etherically. And that's coming from me. And people can say what they want to say. I think there's something extreme. I think there are 2 different extremes, etherically. And I think all who are attracted to Wusabat are attracted to it for a reason. And I think all who are attracted to Wunuwap are attracted to it for a reason. And I think Dr. Malachi York did that on purpose. I think he put a split in motion between the sheep and the goats. And I've explained this before, and people got mad at me. So, I have my own mind, and I also have my own connection with the master. So what I was brought to, I don't think it happened for no reason. I think he divided everybody. Just like it was written that he would divide the sheep from the goats. I think that's what happened. I think when people the double cross, they say the double ankh. A ankh is just another way to say a cross. If you double cross somebody, you fucking blindsided them, you betrayed them, you deceived them. It checks out. You look at the word sabatu, Sabatu. That shit means so much shit. It's like what? And it means so much that happened. Sabatu literally means forfeiture of land. It literally means apprehension of a person, deception, thievery, fallacy. It's so many. None of that shit meant anything good, and it had everything to do with what happened. I don't think that's by accident, and I don't give a damn what nobody say. I don't think it's by accident that while we were reading the book called The Decision by Dr. Malachi York, a day after I had just brought this stuff up to some people that was Sabaeans, and they acted like I did the worst thing on the planet by asking questions about why the fuck did Yasar mean left hand, and we ain't never dealt with the left hand. And Yasor and Nuwapic, and they can't tell me shit now because I'm speaking Nuwapic and I'm studying it to speak it more fluently. Yasor means left. It does. And somebody had the nerve to say that shit was a typo when it was brought up. Wrong. Yasor means left. Yasar means left. Pops know what he doing. I don't care what nobody say. Let him tell me otherwise. Let him tell me otherwise. He know what he doing. You can't tell me that it's the same one. Man, please. I can't. Not trying to hear it. Yasor mean left. Yasar mean left and left hand. Then Zamal mean left. which means Zamal Tat means left and down, which means left down. Boy, I ain't even know that till just now. Because Tat in Nuwapu means, when you speak in Nuwapic, Tat mean down. When we were doing push-ups, when we go down, we say Tat. When we come up, we say Fug. Tat, Fug, up. Right, Fug is up, Tat is down. You know what I'm saying? So, that shit mean down. It's in the language. And it's for a reason. But then, I'm minding my business, y'all. So boom. I'm minding my business, studying the language. I'm speaking it. Yeah, neuroplasticity been enhanced. It's crazy. And then someone said, look. I said, look where? They said, look at the page. I looked at the page. That shit said Taruk. And Taruk mean leave or depart. I said, Taruk. You mean like Tarak? And in Nuwapic, you have that A-U. You turn it into A-A, it becomes past tense. So Taruk, leave, becomes Tarak. And Pa means the. So I said, wait. Pa Tarak means the left. You can't, boy. So then I said, I tried to prove myself wrong. I said, wait a minute, but Tarug means way. So maybe, but you can't past tense way. So it's Taruk, which is Tarak. Past tense, leave, becomes left. Patarak means the left. It keep pointing that way. And in the Bible, which Pops still refers to, even when he writing the letters, he'll say, Our Father, which art in Orion. Stop playing with me. I saw with my own eyes. They said he was going to separate the sheep from the goats. And the goats would go on the left. And the sheep go on the right, right? Now, I've been saying that. Tell me why sabbatic, which is what I seen one of them say the language is, sabbatic, belongs to the goat already. It already belonged to the goat. Do you get what I'm explaining? Sabbatic goat. Go look it up. Sabbatic. Then I'm like, wait a minute, man. Hell no. It was too many. I could have dealt with Zamal. I could have dealt with that. Okay, Zamal mean left. Oh, that's a coincidence. Even though I'm taught, ain't no such thing. I could have dealt with that. But then they wouldn't leave me alone. They kept saying, nigga, you ain't done looking. It keep pointing to the left. Fuck that. I'll wait for him to tell me. Do not attach me to sabbat or sabitu or sabbatic. I'll wait for him to say it. Because he been saying Nuwapic. And I've heard his voice. Everybody was mad at me. You can't say nothing because I was there to hear his voice. I've heard his audio recent. I'm talking about within the past month of him speaking. So he still say Nuwapic. He still say Nuwapu. He still say Nuwabian. Now, when we went from Ancestral to another school, Nubian Islamic Hebrew, he was saying Nubian Islamic Hebrew. Nubian Islamic Hebrew to Nuwabian. He's saying Nuwabian. Why is he still saying Nuwabian? Now, y'all don't have to believe me, okay? You can walk into that building if you want to. All I'm saying is, we done went and look. I poked my head in. They can't say I didn't. I was learning Sabbatic. I was learning Sabbatic, the language. I was reading the scrolls with them, all of that. They can't say I wasn't. The ether was off. So they were trying to keep it on the down low, whatever they were trying to do. They should have made sure their ether was right. Because you can't lie with ether. That ether was way off. But boy, when I started bringing up that left, it irritated everybody's spirits who tried to act like they was rocking with me. It was the weirdest thing. And I got so many witnesses. All I was doing was using right knowledge. I didn't go looking for trouble. The shit showed up. I said, hold on. That's a lot of left. We got Patarak. That's the left. In the language Nuwapic. Meaning if you're not speaking Nuwapic, you wouldn't know that. You'll think Taruk is way. Or Tarak. No, it's left. When you put that and that K and that Q, and you know Dr. Malachi York was good for switching them K's and them Q's, because that's why Anunnaki is spelled with that Q. And Ki is spelled with that Q. That's Patarak, the left. Right? So we got one. Then you have, I'm writing this down. Zamal, it means left. Go look this up. And especially if you're a Sabian in here, go look this up now. I'm not telling you to put down anything. I never said that. We was in the rooms reading the scrolls. I never said don't read it. We read it, we see what's going on. I'm telling you, remember how we were taught, what separated us from everybody. Right knowledge. You hear that? Right, not left. Did you hear me? Even in one of the books, he said there's something called Nupu. You have Nupu and you have Supu or Zupu. I said, yo, because Nupu gave you 9 ether. Supu or Zupu gave you 6 ether. That's a split between darkness and light, yin yang. Zupu is Supu is Subu. That's Sabu. And that's why everybody been on that 7. Even one of the updates, it was like, he said 7 will be with him. He didn't say that. He said 9 would be with him. And I asked, yo, how he go from 9 to 7? When Dr. Malachi York said in the last class, when all of this is over, only 9 of you will be with me, how I go from 9 to 7? Right? Because 9 is the number of Nuwapu. 7 is the number of Sabu or Wu Sabat. Even Sabu, I think it's called Sabu or Saba, in Al-Quran, the 34th chapter, 3 plus 4 is 7. You understand what I'm explaining to you? And Sabu in Wu Sabat language, Sabbatic, is 7. Shiva, 7. That's the number of religion. Which is why the sisters came back, the wives came back and said, Sabian is the religion, Nuwapu is our order. Okay. We're not religious people. We're people of order. Boy. Then, if you're saying Tarak, as in left, you're not just speaking directional, because that could be from the phonetics, you'll get directional. You could just say, fine, just deal with it with the meaning that it has. Departed. That's what Sabi means. Sabi means departed. Not only does Sabi mean departed, where you get Sabian from, and I could show that to y'all one day. I could show you the letter where he's talking about Sabi. And I could show you the book, The Degree of Mohammedism, where he already broke down Sabian way before this even happened. What the hell? Come on now. Sabi, that it doesn't only mean depart, it means to depart from one religion into another. Did y'all know that? Are we religious people? Pa say you got to stop with this religious stuff. He also said you got to stop worshiping these stars. You want to know who worship the stars? The Sabians. Sabians worship stars. It's star worship. So somebody had to know. Say that again. So we got Patarak. That's one strike. Zamal mean left hand. That's a lot for, that's a lot. What's it, a Thursday? It's a lot for a Thursday. Zamal mean left. Also, Zamal sounds like Samael. 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 And Samael is one of the ones on the left. That's the goat. Also the snake. Okay, is where you get Uncle Sam from. I broke this down and built it up in the rehab book. And it means poison or venom. All right? And then Samael brings you to Shamel. Okay, or Shemal, or Shemel. And that mean left. And when I brought it to one of the nigga names was Dentuck, when I brought it to him, He tried to act like I was just saying shit, but then he had to come back around in one of the other rooms and he brought it up again. And that's the actual word for left in the sabbatic language. I'm like, how you got Zamal and Shemal for left? And Zamal supposed to mean brother. And Zamal tat supposed to mean sister. It ain't tat, it's tat. And tat meant down. Left down. Left down where? Left down here. Probably the reason why when I brought up them Hindus, they got irritated. Their spirits got irritated. When I brought up the Hinduat, when I brought up the ships, and I also brought up that Dr. Malachi York said, you see God coming down from out of heaven and you get scared, you must be on the side of the devil. They didn't know how to respond to that because they were trying to say I was fear-mongering by bringing up the crafts. Now, NASA and everybody else bringing up they fear-mongering too. Dr. Malachi York was fearing, no, y'all scared. I'm not afraid. The hell? What gotta be afraid for? You get me? So, left. To it. Left behind or left down here. So that was a lot. Then, it was another thing. Oh, Yasar. So that's a lot. We got Patrat mean the left. Zamal mean left. Shamel mean left. All this is in that language and in our language. And Yasar is in the sabbatic language. It means left. That's another one. Yasor in the Nuwapic language means left. That's another one. Oh, that's a lot of left. That's a lot of left. Then you have the double cross. All right. Not to mention that Yasar also means left hand, like I explained. So that's a double whammy. Left hand path, left hand of God, left hand. Bro, it's just too much. And it matched these folks' ether. It'd be different if it like, nah, these people, no, it matched these folks' ether. Even, what was it? The book of John, chapter 14, verse 30, said, hereafter I will not speak with you much, because there's another one coming after me, the prince of this world, and he have nothing in me. Dr. Malachi York wrote in one of his books that he was aware that one of his descendants thinks he's him and was putting himself up like he's one. He said, none of my children take after me etherically, and started explaining. I'm like, yo, he talking about Prince. He talking about Prince York. The word Prince, the word hereafter doctrine and Prince, the one who all y'all folks been running behind. And it's right there. Only Nuwapu can solve that code. Only Nuwapu could have cracked some shit like that. Because where would I have even gotten John 14:30 from? Where would I even have known that from? You understand what I'm explaining to you? So it's like, what the hell? I started looking into this shit deeper. I'm like, the double cross. If you double cross somebody, think about it. Because the Ankh is a cross. Would you ever want to double cross anybody? Unless you a snake. Unless you a goat. Unless you a Samael in them. You ain't double crossing nobody. But peep this. Chapter 15 of the decision book is called Yasar. And after I explained that shit to them, we started reading that shit. And Pop started talking his shit. In the book, a chapter called Yasar, supposed to be about family, he started explaining all of the devilishment that the people that's closest to him did. And I was like, yo, let's deal with the elephant in the room real quick, if y'all don't mind. I just said all this shit. Then we open up this book. I ain't never read this shit. We read it, and he come around and say basically everything he just said and deal with the fact that it aligns with the Yasar that he was trying to explain to you about, and you ain't want to listen to him. It's too much. There's only one being that I know that moves that way. It's only one being I know that could do that. Because then you thinking it's me. And I'm like, you have to explain to me how I would have known that. It can't be just me. You have to explain how I would have pieced all this shit. Then, let me tell you something else. Why they got me writing a book called The Left Hand? Why they got me writing a book called The Left Hand? I already wrote the Hidden Hand Scroll. I told y'all they got mad at me. Why they got me writing a book called The Left Hand? Please explain it. And in that book, it's so many things. I'm like, yo. It's like, You got to explain it. The Ankh is a symbol of life. The Ankh was also explained to be a device. The Ankh was also explained to be the mother, the father, and the child. So you're going to have to explain to me how the double Ankh would actually appear then. Because I can draw for you the double Ankh if you'll be able to see it. Let me see. Because it has to be a double Ankh in order to be a double Ankh. Now, if you think Pop's supposed to answer this and I ain't supposed to question, you got me fucked up. Yeah, he can answer it. But if you can't answer it, it's a reason for that. But you got me fucked up. You think I can't ask questions. And I think he is still behind this. I think he gave these people this stuff and they latched on to it and don't even understand etherically what it means. That's just what I think from growing up in where? Nuwapu. So let me go to the symbol right here. If you can see it, it's probably hard to see. Right? I know that it is hard to see. But that is the double Ankh. It's supposed to be. But where's the other circle? Where's the other womb if it's a double Ankh? For one. If it's a double Ankh, it's supposed to be another womb. Also, let's say it was. One Ankh is symbolic of a sexual occurrence that happens that brings forth life. Why we got two Ankhs sitting on top of each other? What's that? What's that? Then, this is another thing. Go back to the list I was talking about. That was a lot. It's another thing that I looked into, and this is part of my book that I'm going to be putting together to find out whether or not somebody's going to be able to help me figure this shit out, because nobody want to help me figure it out when I was in Rhino. Maybe they'll respond when I put it in the book. I know somebody used to do that. It's called an Ankh Tui. Ankh Tui. And Tui is supposed to mean two. Now, to my knowledge, is we, W-Y. That means two, but we'll deal with that in another part of this. So let's say it is Tui. You got Ankh, Tui. Something said, nigga. I said, yo. They said, nigga, you hear me? I said, yeah, I hear you. Nigga. I said, uh-huh. Go look up Tui. So I said, man, get the fuck out of here. We already did Pat the Rock, Zamar, Shamael, Zamel, Yasar. All this shit point to the left, double cross. Nothing good. Nothing good. Nothing good. Nothing good so far. I said, nah, what you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? They said, go look up Tui. So I did because I ain't had nothing else to do. So I looked up Tui, and this shit, when I looked it up, it meant division. It meant disunity. It meant confusion, double-mindedness. I said, hold the phone. And we put that on the back of the Ankh? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Y'all feel that? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. You're not fooling the elect. No, we didn't. Because he would have known this. That ain't, which means he does know that. They don't, like, bro, y'all funny. Y'all don't, okay, I wasn't even around him. I wasn't even around him. Never had dinner with him. Never walked with him on the land. And I know him and y'all don't know him. I wasn't even around him. By the time I would have been able to be around him, they had came through, they made sure they did not want that pronection to be made. They like, no, try to get him before this nigga even become of age. But they forgot about this, the psychic connection or pronection. Maomi was there. They forgot about that. And she had that when she was there. So, no, because this Tui means division. And when I watched the movie Argyle, where you see the gold and the green, which is the land above, not the land below, there's a group of antagonists. They're called the Division. And in that movie, There's another being that was holding on to the master file. That being's name was Saba, called the Keeper of Secrets. Saba. I said, look at this. They could have named it whatever they wanted. They said, no, we're going to give it what it's supposed to do so the code could be cracked. Saba. As in Sabi, as in Sabu, as in, yeah, all that. I said, man, get the hell out of here. So they started leaving. I said, no, don't actually leave. Keep explaining it to me because I ain't driving. Because they going to say I got walk-ins and shit. They going to try to act like when I speak to them, I'm upset. I'm not upset speaking to y'all. And any walk-in I got is from the same Etherians that put this shit together to begin with. I'm not having demonic walk-ins. I'm not even around demonic beings. No, I'm figuring things out. You're not going to demonize me for having a brain. That's what the fuck Woona Woopa was for. Make sure if anything, you had a brain and you could use it. Why the fuck did that mean Saba? But you think that's it, and it's not. I kept watching because I had to finish a movie. You know, you do that. And I was like, yo, because one of the shots had something called, it was a profile. And on the profile, it was sabotage, was on the name. Sabotage, diplomat kidnapping. Now, it's really the Sabians who be saying he got kidnapped. They stress that all the time. Kidnap, 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 kidnap. He's a diplomat, diplomat, diplomat. Kidnap, 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 he's a diplomat, diplomat, diplomat. I'm like, the words is right there. Diplomat, kidnapping, and sabotage. You want to know who I keep hearing and kept hearing this year say sabotage? Dr. Malachi Z. York. He kept saying sabotage. He kept bringing that word up. So I said, why you keep doing that? And I figured it out. And I wrote the book, Hidden Hand Scroll, because somebody asked me a question about the pinky and why is it extended. I said, I'm going to write a book. In the book, it occurred to me that when you say the word sabotage, you're saying the Sabbat age. I had a fit. I said, wait. He said, after the year 2000, there will be no guidance up to the year 2030. He didn't misspeak. After Y2K, there will be no guidance up to the year 2030. And so, the golden ages were put to rest after Y2K. That means we were left with the Sabbath age and those who sabotaged. And those people still around in Wu Sabat. They're still around. And they think I don't know who they are. And it's hilarious. Because they didn't pay attention to me because I was a child. You better pay attention to them children. Because children are paying attention to you. And I remember them. I remember them. And I remember what they had their hands in. I remember what was going on. Because my Umi was around to see a lot of that stuff. And they would come around me and they talking about certain things. And they still right there. The ones who caused the sabotage are still right there. They still cool with Jacob York. They kick it. But behind the scenes, they cool with Jacob York. They cool with Nikki Lopez. They cool with all the people who was there going to the feds. They done let certain people escape scot-free. What happened to Rochelle? The masses, y'all not going to know what I'm talking about yet, but don't worry. You know, I'm going to put you on game of what actually happened. And they're trying to monitor me to make sure I don't put y'all on game And I'm giving them a certain amount of time to realize who they actually dealing with, not who they think they're dealing with. Where's Rochelle? Where are these people at? I can call their names and ask what's going on. Where Robbie at? Where the people who was at the buildings? Where they at? This type of fight, you don't sit down. You can't sit it down. So if you in it, you're in it. Y'all see how I speak about this shit all the time? Where everybody at? Where did they go? Where's Bashira? Where y'all at? What happened? Why is it so quiet? And then we're dealing with these people who are still in these offices doing these certain things they're doing. And everybody swear that they're sworn to secrecy. And I heard Pops say it's time for people to know what's going on. But they keep kicking the sworn to secrecy thing. Yet when I hear him speak, that ain't what he on. He on some, why am I still sitting here? What's really going on? Stop with the games. Stop with the bullshit. Literally his words. Cut the bullshit. What's really going on? So, I'm right. Now I don't know how I'm right. So don't get me twisted. I don't know how I'm right. I just know I'm right. Something wrong. The Jet Li, I'm Team Wong. Yeah, something wrong. So when you asking me what's the difference between Wu Sabat and Wu Nuwap? Ether. 6 ether and 9 ether. Is that a simple enough answer? And it can't be faked. And that wasn't even it. This was just me telling you I'm about to tell you something. So I found Twee. It meant disunity. You don't put no Twee on Ankh to divide it. Because the double cross is divided. But look, let's keep it simple. You want to know who the double cross actually belongs to? It belongs to the Knight Templar. The double cross belongs to the Knight Templar. You want to know who their mascot is? The goat. The sabbatic goat. Baphomet. Is it clicking yet? All right. How many things do you need for it to no longer be a coincidence? Coincidence is 2 incidents coming together as one occurrence of realization. You're saying these 2 things happen? Oh, that's crazy. So Patarak and Zamal, meaning the left or left, that's a coincidence. Patarak, Zamal, Samael, Shamel, Shamal, Yasar, Yasur, double cross, Twee, all this having to deal with what happens on the left, that's not no coincidence. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop. That's what he said. That's what Sabbat means. Sabbat means to cease and desist. Did you know that? Sabbath. It means to cease and desist. I don't know. I don't know how I know this shit. I don't know how I'm right. I was minding my business. But then they said, nigga, the double cross belonged to the Knight Templar. And I said, oh, that's why they did that. That's why it feels so dark over there. That's why it's all about darkness with them. So, okay, true light. Okay, I understand. Huh. So then I looked deeper and found out that Ta meant earth or land. And WY was 2. So if I put Ankh, Ta, we, that means the life. And then you get land 2, or life of 2 lands, or life of divided land. So what immediately comes to mind is Egypt, because Egypt was divided into two lands. There was the red zone and the green zone. That means you have Batal Nawar, bad light, and Nefer Nawar, good light. You want to know who said that? The green and the red zone, the amber and the emerald, split into two. The goats went where the goats go, and the sheep go where the sheep go. And the sheep walk with the lamb wherever the lamb goes. Can you please explain to me the occurrence in nature where goats follow a lamb? Oh, shit. You heard me say that? Y'all listening, right? And they can't say they didn't hear me. Because where in nature do the goats be like, there go some sheep, let's follow them? There are occurrences in nature where a goat get to walking and sheep will wander off and follow the goats. Well, I was taught to pay attention and walk with the lamb wherever the lamb goes. And the lamb is going to the Mount Zion peak. Zion, not Zuen. Zion. You got Zion, then you got Zuen. You got right, left. Zuen, that's the moon. Zion, that's the brightness, the sun, that allows for you to navigate. Heavenly abode. Is it making sense? Is it clear yet? Zuen dealing with the lesser light, Zion dealing with the greater light. Is it clear yet? So I pay attention to the call. I said, let the truth come through me. I know I'm an event. Let's make the best out of it. Take your phone off silent. Make sure you understand about the Colorado. The caller ID. So you can know who's calling when. ET. So not only are you able to phone home, meaning you may make the sound phonetically, the phonetics of home, home, you will also be able to tap into who, to know who is calling. HU. Who is calling? Why? What you want to stop eating meat for? What caused you to do that? Why? Why you want to exercise more? What caused you to, why? Why are you cutting alcohol? Why? Why are you fasting? Why? What's causing you to center out or center in? Why? You are being called. It's that simple. Let them say what they want to say. It's your phone being called. You have a number. So if I go and dial, do 144, is your name in that book or is it not in that book? I go and look it up. This person, brrr, and you hear that ringing in your ear. Somebody say you cooking. You didn't type it, but I heard you. I just called you. Brrr, you hear that ringing in your ear? What do? You pick up? You hang up? Were you at the club? So you weren't even able to get it? Huh? Was you lounging around, doing nothing? Were you able to hear it? Or did you tune in to that dial tone or that trial tone? and you knew what to do. You know, you can go outside and you can look up and you can sound that same sound off in your mental, that E. You can sound that off and watch what happens. Don't take my word. A lot of people didn't want to take my word. But I was telling so many people to look up, they came out with a movie called Don't Look Up. Who remembers? I was telling so many people to just look up. It was me. I said, yo, just look up. Not the conscious community, because the conscious community was telling people, don't look up. They said, don't look up, just look within. And now they're saying, look up, we got extraterrestrial. Be quiet. Shh. I said, just look up. They released a movie, said, don't look up. Don't listen to him. But when you go and look up, you can see for yourself. They'll show you things yourself. Pay attention to them green flashes of light. Pay attention to what it appears to be that star, but it dips in and out and swoops and it disappears. That ain't no star. Come on now, you know better. They know when you watching, because they watching you. Same way your government watching. These people are watching you also, and they're studying any and everybody who has the ability to be protected. They just study you. Like how you study somebody to figure out whether or not you're going to let them in your house party. They're studying you. Some of y'all, I'm going to tell you how you know. It's going to hit you. And you're like, how you know that? You got probed. You were laying down. You felt something enter into your body. You freaked out. You ain't even want to tell nobody about it. You freaked out. Because you start thinking to yourself, am I freaked out? No, you ain't freaked out. You freaked out because you got scared about it. Because you didn't know what it was. And you couldn't move. They were sampling your being. Taking samples of your genes. Taking samples of your DNA. Because they can unravel it and read it. It tells what you've done in your life. It tells what you may do, what you will do. And then they'll send you a message in your dream. They'll set up what's called a side sim realm. Side simulation. To take you and see what you'll do in certain realms. And they'll test you there. You're being observed. This makes some people uncomfortable. If you think it makes you uncomfortable, what you think your governments feel like, or these governments feel like, knowing they being watched all the damn time? They can't even test their nukes. Every time they try to get shot down, and what do you think they feel like? They tight. They mad in the bitch. But the whole planet is quarantined and is being watched. And they already taking some people out of here. They're telling you people died in their sleep, when in fact those people were retrieved. People are leaving. And that ain't no scary shit either. It's just what it is. Tell them, explain it. What do you mean? Explain the cause. Oh, they just left. Left where? They were dreaming and then they just didn't come back? How? Where did they go? Oh, we don't know that. Right. So some of you been probed. And I'm telling you, you weren't tripping. It's a part of it. Some of you, I'm talking to somebody, you got lifted up out of your ceiling, didn't you? And you don't even know how the fuck that's possible because your ceiling didn't have any breakage. And they listening just how y'all listening too, by the way. The ones who watch and govern when I go live, they know I'm telling you the truth too. You don't think I'm crazy. Remember, if I just say, yo, this happened to me, they'll call me crazy. I'm telling you what happened to you, how I know what happened to you. You got lifted up out your ceiling and brought up into a craft. And you were on a platform, but you don't even know what the fuck it was made of. And you were surrounded by people, not no green glob aliens, people. How that happened to you? And then you were placed back. Some of you don't even remember all of it. You just remember certain things. You remember being on the table? You remember the bright light? You remember the screen? Huh? How I know what you saw? Because it happened to me at 12 years old. You understand what's playing to you? They didn't talk to you, did they? They didn't say nothing. They didn't open their mouth and say anything. But somehow they was able to still speak to you, but they didn't open their mouth. They spoke to you telepathically, didn't they? All right. Somehow you forgot, though, because life is so busy. It's so busy, and it's such a fake reality. Extraterrestrials are so fake that they have to spend billions of dollars yearly making movies about them to inform each other. It's so fake that they have to spend billions and trillions of dollars on disclosure projects, right? To get information out that have been sealed and classified by another some odd billions or trillions of dollars for projects to keep things classified. Meaning if you're not in the class or the level of tier that they think is reasonable for you to be able to receive that type of information, you ain't getting that information. Top secret, top secret, and all of that on some shit that they think is a weather balloon. All of that on some shit they think could have been a shooting star. Military bases and programs and whole fucking cities being bought out to study. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence SETI set up on your planet to listen for messages coming that are intended to be able to reach you. They're trying to intercept messages that you chosen ones are getting. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Some of y'all been probed. Some of y'all been taken up out of your room. Some of y'all woke up and seen them in your room. Remember that? Stop believing that it's a shadow person. You ever notice that you sleep with your light off? That might explain why you think it's a shadow person. Stop it. Because as long as you keep telling these people that, oh, you saw shadow people. There's no shadow people. It's just versions of yourself. Stop listening to them. They weren't there with you. And they haven't had the experience. So they can't even relate it. If I walk in your room and you got the light off, you going to tell people I was a shadow person. I'm not going to do that, okay? But if I did, you would be like, I saw a shadow person. You saw phase one. You go around calling me a shadow, nigga? They look dark because there was no fucking light except the moon coming into your room. There you go. Helped you. There. Fixed it. And they were watching you. They were observing you. They're observing you now. The whole planet is being overseen. What would you do? What would you do if you were charged with the task of destroying all life on planet Earth, except those who you saw worthy of being able to be saved, that had the least amount stored in their DNA of regression potentiality? Those who had the least potential of regression. You get a few of them and you had to destroy everybody else. What would you do? You would do exactly what they're doing. You would conduct scientific experiments. You would test to see. You want to make sure. And especially if you be around long enough, you're going to start rooting for certain ones of them. You're going to start scanning them more often. You're going to start showing favor as an overseer. Because you really want this one to make it. Like a team. You know when you sit in front of the TV? Like how they sit in front of the TV? And you root for these teams? Like how they root for your certain teams? So then you start cheating. You start genetically altering certain people. You start causing them to have genetic upregulation that they wouldn't normally have. You start injecting them with shit in their resting state, and they waking up feeling different. They don't know why. They don't know what's going on with them. They think they weird now. Their family think they weird. They isolated, and all you doing is just waiting on them to win and figure it out. Huh? Hope I'm not losing anybody. Because Dr. Melikazi York said, if you have that amber light and you try to approach certain, they're going to zap you. You got that emerald light, they ain't going to zap you. I don't know who need to hear this. Get away from them. Get away from them. Get your aura back right. They've been pulling on you. Get that aura back right. Get back into or forward into Nuwapu. Central science. Get back into doing what you know you're supposed to do. Stop acting like them. I can give you 9 reasons to be one of us and not one of them. They think they have time. They're wrong. Don't be like them. Get yourself and your ancestors and your descendants together. Like I say, get it together. Bring everybody to that center. You get what I'm saying? Hey, it's as simple as stopping a habit. It's as simple as changing how you, all your self-talk. Why are you so negative when you talking about yourself? People gonna already talk shit about you when you're not around. Don't help them. You hear me? They already gonna talk shit about you when you ain't there. Don't help them. You supposed to be in your corner like nobody else could ever be in your corner. Don't nobody have to hear you say it, but you need to be talking to yourself every damn day, every night. You need to be speaking to you about how you are that. You need to be told that, oh, you fucked up? Okay. Oh, you did a good job? Okay. You don't put your damn self down. Oh, damn, I said I was going to stop these chips. Here I am on another bag. Okay, we need to enjoy your bag. You already eating it? Enjoy it. All right, now do another intention and do it again. You know what I mean? What you thought you were going to just always cold turkey some shit? It ain't always going to happen like that. You know what I mean? But you don't be beating yourself. What the fuck? Where you get off? Where you get off, you know you the only one that if nobody else got you, you got you, and you going to turn on you? You going to turn your back on you? Where you get off? Because, you know, you lift yourself up enough times, you'll develop enough strength to walk and find a crowd of people who've been doing that for themselves. So because they don't hate themselves, they got no reason to hate you. Because they love them, say, look in the mirror, they just love them. Not because of the physical appearance, they just know that what's behind there, everything they need. And they love the outer. They love their own swag. They love being in their own presence. They love being able to see themselves and hear themselves and smell themselves. They love them. The world revolves around them. That's what my Umi taught me. People say, the world don't revolve around you. I just laugh. I'm like, that's sad. Because your mama didn't teach you that. My mama taught me, they probably mad at me. My mama taught me the world revolve around me. And it makes sense because I'm in the center. Duh. Everything revolve around me. Anybody that ever tell me that it don't, it just, I just know like, wow. Like you could have had so much rank in my life. But when you say that, meow. Because you don't see yourself like that. You're not in the center of your reality. You're not in the center of your universe. No, so sister, yo, man, I pray for you. I speak life over your childhood, And I speak life if you got children over their childhood. You sending your people out here to be what? Nice? Humble? They're going to get devoured. Can you imagine what I would be, who I would be, if what people said mattered? When people say, yo, man, you write too many letters. What if I would have stopped at the letter to Sexy Red? A lot of y'all motherfuckers wouldn't even know who I am. Relax. I know what to do to get you here. Some of y'all can't get past the fact that, oh, you talking to Sexy Red. No, the fuck I'm not. He talking to little baby. No, I'm not. But if you need to think I am, there you go. Now, come on. You ain't even been here. Now you here. Talking shit. My homie made sure that I knew, not thought, I am the center of my universe. They get mad at you when you know that shit. So I'm going to make sure if I ever have children, which I would rather it not be here. So we can take this shit somewhere else. Let's pick this up, move it. If I ever have children, they going to know that same thing. The best thing my Umi could have given me is, it was a card. I remember as soon as I was born, she handed it to me. Before the doctors could say the card, and I read it, it said, do not give a fuck. I was like, bet. Then I started babying again, start crying and stuff. But before I babied, she gave me a card immediately. She's like, hold on. I took the card. She said, do not give a fuck. I said, I don't. Okay, bet. I don't give a fuck. They want you to give a fuck. They want you to care. They want it to mean something to you because it's just stupid. It's just they want to survive, so they think if you're that much confident or profident in what you are, that somehow they die. They're going to die anyway. Ain't that stupid? You're going to die anyway. Meaning you're going to transition from this flesh being that you have gotten so used to and you so scared to let go of for some reason. You're going to die anyway. Phase, be careful. Why? They could kill you. Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't know that. I had no idea that what they do to beings like me is kill us. I had no idea. When they say, I don't see phase one under these attacks. Yeah, they not trying to lock me up. They're trying to one and done, get him gone. You can make another Rashad Jamal. You cannot produce another phase one. It does not happen. It is one and only. It cannot be replicated. It can't. They're going to try. And people going to say, oh, phase one. You're like, oh. Do another one. Oh, phase one. You know what I mean? Yeah, shit. Don't be trying to speak that shit on me. So I don't see phase one under these attacks. Well, you get off. That's why I had to explain to Rashad Jamal that shit. Bro, please stop. I don't know where you came from, nigga. Real street niggas in Chicago fuck with me. That's it? Only the street niggas in Chicago fuck with you? What about the other 22 cosmic scientists who help you do that? How do they feel about you? You don't mention them at all. The fuck? If I'm one of the motherfuckers who created the cosmos, I'm not bringing up Chicago niggas for my credit and validation. What the hell? I'm going to bring up the motherfuckers who helped me build this shit. Nigga, you in my reality. I'm going to bring up Ushalu and Nadi, everybody. Whatever their names is and shit. What is you talking about? I ain't going to bring on those Chicago niggas to back me up. Nah, call in them scientists who helped form the stars. Nigga, bring their credit into it. I had to put them on point. Nigga told me, you ain't getting no girls in high school. You damn right I ain't getting no, I wasn't worried about chasing no vagina in high school. We're in high school. You're still in school. You see the word on there, school? You want to know what my mama taught me? And I listen, and I'm glad because I'm not dumb like these niggas. My mama said, nigga, finish high school first. I said, finish high school first? She said, nigga, finish high school. She said, don't even smoke. Don't be getting no sex. None of that. Nigga, finish high school. And then you do whatever you think you want to do out of it. I said, shit. And I did what she said. And as I was doing what she said, I saw niggas was standing up like this, start doing that, falling. Blah, 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 baby mama, bitter baby mama. That's what I had to bring up to him. So you, as one of the cosmic scientists of the universe, I got to keep throwing that up because he threw it up. You, as one of the cosmic scientists of the universe, brought up that I didn't get no girls in high school, meaning that's as far as your brain go. You went all the way back to high school for some reason, because that's where a lot of y'all niggas still exist in. You think this is high school. It's not high school. This is the highest level when you're dealing with, especially with me. You ain't in no high school shit no more, nigga. We grew up. So niggas still brain is back there in them hallways and in the lockers standing there talking, getting somebody's number. The fuck is you talking about? No, I had one beautiful girlfriend, and you can watch that video, Phase 1, Panther Pride, Carver High School, Panther Pride, Carver High. You'll see me there. The sister that's sitting there with the big afro. She had the afro. One of the things I loved about her, that was my lady. Everybody knew that was my lady. We did everything together. Homework, assignments, twin day. We did everything together. I had one lady. And also, because I wasn't chasing tail, which I had to explain to, because, you know what I mean, that also meant that I wasn't in no situation where I had no bitter baby mama. So if you want to blame your baby mother for your situation and the situation you're in right now, fine. That's your divine code. Has nothing to do with me, and I speak no negativity over it. This is your situation. I have mine. I have my trials, tribulation. They come for me how they come for me. They done shot at my houses. I done got shot at, guns to my face, all kind of shit. I survived. It might be my anointing. Don't jinx it. Whatever it is. Why the fuck do I got to be down and out to be one of the ones? What is this mentality? Yeah, they come for all of us. Well, they don't always succeed. Can we not look at that? Like, damn, sometimes they have to go another route. They can't do it the same. And another thing, I'm not trying to be Dr. York. I noticed that everybody who was trying to be Dr. York, they've been getting locked up. And y'all were really trying to be him. You feel what I'm saying? So then they not only was locking y'all up, they was hitting y'all with similar shit. It's because you tried to copy his code. That ain't your code. But then you went and wove yourself in, and it became that. That's a part of your code then. But I'm not trying to be Dr. Malachi York. Shit, don't put that on me. What's the thing? Because I kept putting his name up there, letting it be known he's innocent, letting it be known he should not be in there, letting it be known we wouldn't be on shit without him. It's just that easy, that simple. And I'm smarter than all these niggas. Wiser, more intelligent, far more charismatic. They can't out-rap me. They can't out-teach me. I'm all that. Got the big ego, all that. Fuck is you talking about? And I still said, even with me being over them niggas, I'm not Dr. York. That's crazy. I don't have it even in, there's no time to be Dr. York. You, like I said, you have to start over to be him. And you still wouldn't be able to be him. So, please. But they try to be him. So it's like, yo, I don't have no bitter baby mama who, if that's what happened, could say I did something to her daughter, any of that. Shit. Ain't none of that. I'm not around that environment. So you can't merit us the same. So even when you, like, open your mouth to say shit, you want to get no pussy. Excuse my language if that's vulgar for certain people, but that's how the nigga be talking. Well, guess what? It's the same type of shit that was getting niggas jammed up. I wasn't involved. I had nothing to do with it. I ain't at these parties. I ain't at these clubs. I ain't no shit. In high school, I was doing what the fuck I was supposed to do. You can look up what I was doing in high school. And all I want to know is, if you really that, what was you doing in high school then? If you really that, just go back 10 years from now and see if you can have a video that from 10 years ago, you was teaching motherfuckers while you was in high school a whole different degree of science. When you was in high school, no, but niggas was getting girls. He was a nigga in the back of the class on some, he think he know everything. He think he better than us. And then grow up and try to mimic us. Message. Because the niggas was hot stuff in the hood like that. You wouldn't have to play conscious to get a buzz. If you was really hot stuff in the hood like that, and the hood fuck with you like that, you wouldn't have to try to take on the conscious community, infiltrate the conscious community, and pull all they women over there, try to make them polygamy and all the polygamists and all that. That's another thing. When he was cussing the women's out, calling them bitch, da 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 da, you just dropped in frequency. You don't want to share your man, da 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 da. Y'all let him get away with that. That's weird. Somebody should have checked his ass. I don't give a fuck what context you want to try to say it's in. You don't call our sisters bitches, nigga. I don't give a damn what you call the niggas. You're not calling them women. None of that. And y'all niggas ain't want to check them. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of these men that followed Rashad Jamal started to adapt that same mentality of, oh, I need a whole lot of women because I'm saving our race for some reason. And if they don't want to rock with that, then they not a goddess. Only the goddesses are able to... Yeah, yo, bro, y'all so fucking stupid. All they got to do is close their legs on y'all dumbasses. All they got to do, all the sisters got to do, close their legs forever. And how powerful is niggas then? All the sisters got to do is shut that shit down until niggas get this shit together. Because how she a bitch because she don't want to share you? Okay, excuse me. STDs actually exist. There's no esoteric science to overwhelm that or shade that out. That's a real thing. You can get sexually transmitted diseases by just sleeping with every motherfucking body, if you didn't know that. Some people understand that far too well. It's not no situation, for one, where if that STD is being transferred, you can just etherically think it away. It's there. You got to get medicines and all this other stuff if you can, because they got some of them, can't shit be done with it except suppressing it for life. You understand? Now, then people say, well, we got other things we could do. Well, you may be able to do other things, except it's very important to stress you wouldn't have to do these other things if you didn't promote and push and fall for the promotion of loose, casual sex with every and each and all persons all at once. So because of that element, a lot of women, especially when they achieve spirituality, I'm not talking about sensuality. That's just Lilith. Lilith and her science got all this snake shit going on. Sensuality, let's take all our clothes off. Let's do lingerie parties and shake ass. Y'all are just acting like regular women. Ain't nothing woke about that. I can go to that same event down the street in Bankhead. It's the same shit. Wear the same lingerie, Victoria's Secrets, whatever the fuck. It's everywhere. It's nothing different. It's just you burning incense to cover the weed smell. Niggas still smoking. It's the same shit. I'm not talking about sensuality. I'm talking about actual spirituality. When a lot of the sisters reach that, they start shutting that shit down. They like, no, I'm not giving my body to everybody. I don't want to share. I get a man, it's divine, it's sacred. I don't want to share my man. Okay, that means she raised in frequency. This nigga told y'all women drop in frequency when they don't want to share men. You have to make that make sense to me. She doesn't want to share. She wants a sacred bond with her mate. And she doesn't want to share that bond with someone else and diversify the energies and deal with all this other stuff that comes with polygamy. She actually up there with it. You want to know why the charismatic niggas wanted to push polygamy for every motherfucking sexual variety? It's more women that you can have access to without having to try. In their brain, I already got this one, that. So they got 2, 3, 4 women. If they got 2, 3, 4 women, that's 2, 3, 4 different varieties that they can select from when they have a sexual appetite, which will be most of the time. You want to know what else it's for? A flex. They're flexing with their women to other men, which make those men want to be able to get more. Y'all become objects, trophies, things to show off. You ain't got 2 of these. You ain't got 2 of them. I got 2. I'm about to go get me 2 now. You feel what I'm saying? And niggas start trying to put science in it. It's just spitting game. Y'all fucking weirdos. It's just spitting game. We're going to save the planet, diversify our genes to be able to make sure that we can survive what's coming. And da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, now lay down. Then they don't be wanting to even have no damn children. They just be wanting to have sex. You be like, when the baby coming? Divine timing, sister. Divine timing, sister. Divine timing, sister. Hey, don't be mad at me now. Don't be mad at me. That's all I'm explaining. Don't be upset with me for telling you they gamed you. They gamed you, and it's what they do. Jan are slick like that. Nakash is slick than a motherfucker. I know Nakash. He's slick than a motherfucker. He's slick, ain't he? He got all in the spiritual community. How the fuck y'all let that happen? You know what I'm saying? Hey, shit, I can't be mad at y'all because the Nuwapians let Nakash slip all through Nuwapu and all through Tamaray and all through... But he's a slick motherfucker, though. He's a slicker dude. You ain't never let a slicker that. That's why I told you can't out-slick Nakash. The moment you realize Nakash is in it, you better get your ass ghost. Get the fuck up away from him. Like, you can't out-slick the slickster. You know what I mean? They got all the sisters taking their clothes off. As if the conscious community, if they were all in their right mind, which they're not the only ones who use Instagram. They're not the only ones who use TikTok. They're not the only ones who use Facebook. The rest of the world does too. So it becomes more about attention than spirituality. Can somebody tell the sisters, can the sisters start telling the sisters put their clothes back on? You know what I mean? I understand you turned away from the deity that's centered in you. I understand you turned away from the deity that placed you in a position of godliness or godhood. And you went to this new deity, which is nudity. Can you put that new deity down, that nudity, and go back to or forward to the ancient ones and how they had order? Can you tell them put their clothes back on? Because we can't tell them apart. We don't know who the spiritual sisters are because a spiritual sister understands her body is a magnet. It has repulsion and attraction. And just the visuals of revealing, it don't have to be skin. It could be just tight clothing. If you show up to the function and your clothing is tight, we know as a woman, you know what you're doing. And you cannot tell me that as a spiritual woman, you don't know your tight clothing or your revealing clothing is going to distract the brothers. Especially being that most of these brothers are already trapped in the root. They can't see beyond it anyway, y'all. So the spiritual sister has to know, if I wear looser clothing, the brothers will be able to focus a little more. Not saying they'll all focus, but they'll be able to focus a little more. If I cover myself up, the brothers will be able to focus a little more. As opposed to if I wear these Band-Aids and this G-string, you know what I mean? The brothers will still be able to focus because they raising high and freak. Man, y'all lying to yourself. You know what I mean? You lying to yourself. Tell the sisters put their clothes on. That's what Islam was for. You might not be religious. Islam had its purpose because it taught discipline. Not that everybody honored it. It taught preservation of self and virtuosity. Not that everybody honored it. But it did teach it. So because you know what you do, you have to take responsibility for what you do when you walk in a room full of brothers who were at one point getting along and now they're not getting along because now they're in competition. Their animal side is turned on. And they start competing with each other. Play wrestling. Turns into a real fight. You know what I mean? You know, niggas is trying to get with this person, that person, that person. And now what was he even here for? Sisters, y'all would be the uprising or the downfall of any community you in. So you can't keep playing victim. I'm going to say it to you because I'm waiting on the sister to say it a sister will come and say it, and I won't have to look like I'm a man saying it. Because for some reason, when men say stuff, sisters don't even want to listen. And I understand why. I do understand why. Because men been trying to tell y'all what to do for so long. I get that. And don't want to look at the fact that y'all have your own mind. Y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want to do. So they've been trying to abrupt force their way into leadership for so long. I get that. At the same time, truth is truth. You get what I'm saying? Y'all got to take responsibility for what's been happening in these communities. That polygamy shit is not for everybody. The same way the shrooms. I've never done shrooms. I've never been in a relationship, polygamy. I've never been in a polygamy relationship. I attempted to bring that to somebody before because it was something that I thought could be used for something. The moment I realized the person I was bringing that to wasn't comfortable, I shut it down. I didn't tell her that she dropped in frequency. I didn't tell her she was a bitch and I'm going to call her that. What the fuck is wrong with that nigga? Excuse me. Like, where do you get off? Like, how does this energy even come out? You a bitch, and I'm going to call you that. You a bitch. You still a bitch trying to find it all out. Those are abusive characteristics. That's abusive tendencies. Like, when niggas get that much energy, motherfucker, that they'll beat a female. And they'll justify it. And only ones who would think that that's justified is their followers. They'll put their hands on a woman. You understand? Just based off of that alone, the energy with that alone is like, what could trigger you in that regard? That you start spewing it like that. I'd have been cheated on in front of me. I mean, like in your face, I've been cheated on and I'm looking at the shit and I see this. I done walked up in, like onto the house, up in the yard. I could see what's going on. Went on social media, this happened in 2019. Never called her a bitch. Never called her a bitch. And one of the people that had commented was like, nigga, I'm watching this video, whole time you never called her a bitch. And I'm like, yeah, that's damn right. There was no reason. And then once it's said, you can't take it back. And you speaking about the sisters? Certain things are not tolerated by my aunt. They'll understand one day. Certain things are not tolerated by my aunt. And I do not disrespect the sisters. And that's not just because my aunt don't tolerate it. That's because it's not in my nature to do. You know what I mean? And if you're around a bunch of women where you're like, there's some women who's bitches, whatever the fuck you would claim yourself saying, then first of all, why are you around them? If you can't deal with their nature. If you feel like they overpowering you, or they taking you out of your character, or that you got to tell them what they are, why are you around them? If you ain't going to uplift them, fuck is you doing around them? You feel what I'm saying? Animalistic mindset. You get me? So I didn't have those things. It can't be really compared on that level. I got my own life. I'm doing what I'm doing. But I didn't get involved in what these people were getting involved in. Which means I'm going to have a different story. It's that simple. It's literally that simple. I hate I had to explain it. What's up, gangster? What's going on? Any other questions? Exactly. That's all it be about, carnal, the flesh. Our communities don't need polygamy. Our communities need monogamy. You can tell them I said it. Monogamy is not natural. How the fuck? Osiris. Isis. The fuck? Osiris, Isis, segment. No, what the fuck? It works. It works. It fucking works. Not everybody is King Solomon. And even King Solomon has some shit going on. It hardened his heart. Like, I don't understand why the fuck everybody feel like they need a whole bunch of women thinking everybody's the chief, everybody's in control of some shit, everybody gonna say they race. What are you talking about? That's why I say don't tell them folks, oh, FaZe is a country community art. Boy, don't say no lie. Don't ever conscious community me. I don't know what they got going on. I'm telling them come to Nuwapu because it's a science anybody can use. Get up out that conscious community shit. They've been conning you for your community for so long. Get up out of that. All they do is read some shit that they about to say the next day. Say it, make you think they studied it long enough to figure out what the fuck it actually means. And just do it again the next day. And there's no direction. If it's a conscious community, why is it doing this? Get up out of that. It's a trap. Spirituality, all these blanket statements, is all traps. Get in that center. You better know. Center yourself. So what we got? Questions. Are you teaching the theta beta states currently? You know the practice you was explaining earlier? Like right now? What do you mean? I love all your music. I love you, Tawad. Thank you. They said J. Cole and Logic is the conscious rap. Oh, bless their heart. Dogs chase their own tail. All right. Any other questions, though? New music on the way? For sure, always. Another album, features, all kind of stuff I'm working on. Letters. I get downloads. I have a soul tribe. I'm very disciplined. That's what's up. I need you to survive. Can I toss you some lyrics? I don't like how you said that. Yeah. No, I'm just playing. You can do whatever you want to do. Thank you for the books. You got your books. Thank you for getting them. Do you still have the same number? What the hell? How do you get rid of soul contracts or soul ties? Visualization can help. Time helps. Simple as that. Figuring out where you feel it at. Sometimes you'll feel it in your heart. You didn't get my How to Love Again book? I think I explained this in my How to Love Again book, that you got different types of interactions and intimacy that people have. And even with sexual intimacy, there's certain parts of the being that are activated up to a certain level. And with casual sex, there's a certain amount is activated. You know what I mean? With sex with someone you like, sex with someone you love, sex with someone you're in love with. It's different levels. But it depends on what type of bond you created. You know what I mean? Everything ain't going to be no one size fits all. And I might tell you something that don't work for you. One thing I can say is you can sit with self to figure out where it hurts. Because really what you're thinking is hurting is the absence of a feeling of fulfillment. And it manifests in the body as pressure in the chest, or pressure in the neck, or pressure in the growing area, or pressure in the stomach. You know what I mean? It manifests in the body as certain areas, or in certain areas. After you can target intentionally where you're feeling the hurt, you can go in and clean it. You can do this with your 4 fingers, right? Make the claw. If you feel pain in your chest, go into your chest and claw. Get it up out of there. You have to give it a color. It could be red, right? Dig in. And you have to envision that you're not just digging into the part of the chest that's the flesh visible part. You're digging deep into the center visually, but you're still actually, you know what I mean? I'm not saying claw your chest. Don't nobody be telling people told people to scratch their damn skin off. Do that shit softly and actually dig in. Or you don't gotta claw, you can do a little scooper. Scoop that shit up out but you want to focus a lot of attention from the center to the left. That's how you're doing it. From the center, use your left hand. It's a subtraction hand, right? It's a pull. You dig in and scrape that shit away, piece by piece. And it might take a few times for you to do it. You got to breathe. Deep breaths in your nose, out your nose, or in your nose, out your mouth, right? Breathe and scrape that shit away. And you'll be able to get that shit up out of you. And if it's not your chest, you go to your stomach area, your head, wherever you feeling it at, you can really dig and get that shit up out of there. And you gotta, you know what I mean? You're using your visual or your vision, you're envisioning that you're doing it, but you're also physically doing it. Another thing I like to do is flick that shit up off you. After you get a good scoop, flick that shit up out of there. You know what I mean? Or you can ground it. Go to a tree and hug a tree. It'll ground it, or put that shit on a tree. It'll take it and ground it. Or put it in the ground and hold your hand there and envision literally that the ground is pulling the strands of whatever it was out of your hand, whatever residue was left. And get that shit up off your hand and do it again. And tell the person you're releasing them for the betterment of them and for the betterment of you. It might take a longer time than what you think. It might take a shorter time than what you think. It's worked for me before. I've done it before. Yep. Yeah, you'll feel it. You'll know. You got that feeling in your chest. You say, people, yo, your chest hurt. That's a real thing because it's affecting your blood flow. You understand? So you can press, you can scoop, rub, especially with your temples. You can rub your temples. Heat your hands up. Rub your temples. All right? It also helps when somebody else does it. Get in a massage. Go get a massage. Get a few massages. Tell them where you need to focus at. A lot of people think you just got to have muscle pain for them to be able to come in and, no, you can have spiritual pain. You can have soul pain. Just find out where the center of it is. Have them target at. If it's over there by your ribs, have them target over there by them ribs. If it's on your back by your shoulder blade, have them target over there by that shoulder blade. You understand that? That's what they do. Yep. And time heals all things for sure. It will do that. Where can I send some beats to or studio to pull up at? What I really meant to ask, how do you remain calm enough to stay in theta state with the astral practice? It takes practice. That's the key word. Because you might try to go in theta state, wake up, is morning time. Be like, damn, I did not theta. You showed then, your ass went to sleep. It takes practice and focus, intention. It happens naturally anyway. You get sleepy anyway. You feel what I'm saying? You just have to intentionally stay awake. Same thing with fasting. You get hungry anyway. You just have to intentionally not eat. It takes time. It takes practice. I don't know why I found you, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad you did too. Tafari Ali and Faye's We Fly Spirit album is fire. Thank you for listening. We need the merch. I need the Death Fire Gravity jacket, real talk. I did some hats. Are they supposed to be going out? I think the jackets are a good idea. I thought that was interesting as hell that they did that Wicked movie with the green and they did the Defy Gravity song. That shit crazy, ain't it? That's crazy. I would have never guessed. Because I got that hat from a damn Goodwill. And that shit was weird. I'm like, the fuck? They're saying defying gravity. That's what this whole shit been about. And it could have came out any other time period. But it came out now. And it's like, come on now. You can't make this shit up if you try. Thank you for all your knowledge. Thank you for your acknowledgement. How do you stop yourself from getting angry? I've been trying to learn to control my anger. What are good techniques of observation of self? Like you're doing now. That's a good start. A great start. You observing yourself, realizing what you want to do differently. But please don't think I ain't never got angry than a motherfucker. I done fuck shit up. For real. And you know, everybody I think it requires enduring those Hulk moments where you come back and be like, what have I done? I think some people need those moments. Some people may not. But just observation of self. Being able to observe you. You're gonna. It's like, why are you angry? You know what I mean? You have to do that. What's really making me angry? A lot of times, anger is coming from feeling disrespected or attacked in some way, or having lack of control over something. You got to figure out what that is. Why are you feeling angry? And once you figure it out, you can be like, oh, you can really literally decide, I don't want to feel this no more. And you have to breathe a certain way. Because again, that blood flow get affected. That anger already, you think you're feeling anger, you're just feeling a switch in blood flow. The pressure is increasing. It's time to fuck something up. You have to decide you don't want to fuck some shit up no more. You know what I mean? Again, it's different for everybody. Yeah, what's good, King? Clear? Any other questions? Take that phone off silent. They speaking. They always speaking. You want to know how you not the devil? Want to know how you know you're not the devil? You want to know how you know you're not the fallen? It's because you will do something that you know you're not supposed to do, and you actually feel some type of way about it. Some people do things they're not supposed to do and don't feel no way about it. You know you one of those, and you have it in your being, the ability to make it out, because you have this drive to do better. That's how you know. You think they come beaming again? What you mean? Oh, never mind. He said retractor. He said, never mind. You think they come beaming? Never mind. Never mind. Faye, did you see my comment about shooting star? Do you know if they are beings, crafts, comets, or stars falling? No. You asked me, do I know if a shooting star is a star? I don't know what they are. Because it could be a million different things. I don't know what everything that you see is. The honey is to help with my voice. Because at one point in time, I didn't have to worry about it because I was on honey a lot. But I stopped it, so I got to get back on it. Some people lack a conscious, I think you're saying conscience. I've been saying we need you for over a decade. Oh, that's what's up. Glad to be here. Rahubat, do you think they will come beaming around again? Who? You see them shooting stars floating by, them your guides. They with you through the lows and the highs. Come on. Can anybody hear their heartbeat? Those were coming in kind of quick, y'all. I couldn't see all of them. The same one as was beaming me or you again? I don't know, fam. I don't know what they gonna do. And I'm not gonna act like I know. Sometimes I do, sometimes, yeah. I don't know what they gonna do. We'll see. Interesting day and time to be alive, though. No, I don't know what that means. Well, that's what's up. Yeah, I just heard it in my right ear. Any more questions? Yeah, make sure that ain't on silent. You want to make sure you hear the call. I don't know what it means specifically for the right ear. You can give it a meaning. I don't know that type of stuff because it's one of those things where anybody can say anything. What you get scared of? What you talking about? Yeah, you can send to get the books. You know where to send them to? Play for Change Cash App. PlayForChange. Cash App. Send whatever you send it and send your email so you can get the books. That's how I'm going to send them. You can send whatever you want to send. 16 books. Are we the Neteru? If so, how? I don't know who we is. You know what I mean? I get what you asking. We got to break them spells. You feel what I'm saying? You are who you are. I am who I am. I don't know if we are the Neteru. You could be one of the Neteru's ops. And somebody done told you one of the Neteru. And you ain't even living in your purpose. Some people are devils. Live in your purpose. Some people are gods. Live in your purpose. How do I remember my dreams? I'm having problems with it. Any tips? Dream journaling. Get a journal. As soon as you awake, which is going to affect it, by the way, because you know what you're doing. Write down your dream. Details. Bullet points. So you can piece together those details. Other than that, you pay more attention to details while you're awake. You feel what I'm saying? Do what you weren't normally doing. If you get a bottle of water, you read the nutrition facts. I think they got the nutrition facts on water or whatever the hell the ingredients. It shouldn't really be no ingredients for water. But they got them. You read that type of shit. You know what I mean? You out and about. You pay attention to what people have on and the tones of their voices. And you just start paying attention to more stuff. That way, when you go into the dream realm, you're able to pay more attention to detail in the dream realm. And it primes you to be able to recall because of the amount of attention in the dream. You bring that back over here with you because you activated in an awakened state. Make sense? What email do you send book to at the Cash App? I send the email that you send in your Cash App. Like if you send a Cash App payment, you put your email where it says for, and I send the books to that email. If you sent without sending your email, you could easily just like request $1, and it still lets you like send a message. So you'll be able to put your email right there and say, I forgot my email. Something like that. Some people do that. How do you know which one are you, God or a devil? What do you do? A God, it will be it's really one of those things where it's subjective actually, but it depends on what you are doing. What do you do? It depends on the situation also. If we're all working on a painting and we're making sure the painting is a certain way, and we want to make sure ain't no red on the painting and everybody's painting in is purple and blue, and you come with a red paintbrush, the moment you walk in with that paintbrush in the air, you the devil. Make sense? The moment you walk in with that paintbrush saying, yo, I'm going to put this on, you the devil. The moment you put the paintbrush to the thing, you're the devil. In that situation, it's based on what you do. Remember my book, How Did Diddy Die? I explained it in there, I think. You are what you do. You're not a man of your word. You're the being who is doing a thing. All that's explained in there. I love how you called out D1, but he won't respond. He's too busy hating on Lil Wayne for a living. Oh, that was up. Y'all call out everybody. Would you ever publish a book or only PDFs? It depends on what I got time and money for. Peace to the phase one. Peace to you. All right, y'all. I know we did a great teaching. If it ain't any more questions, I would like to go ahead and end it so we won't have to have too much extra on here at the end of it. Anybody got any more questions before we get on up out of here? Appreciate love you. Two, of course, divine truth. Yeah, I got you. What's the question? When am I coming back? I have no idea. I didn't know I was coming right now. My phone keep going on silent. Not sure if you're talking about our real phones. No, I'm talking about you. Any tips for making music? Stay authentic. Talk about what you really got going on. Talk about things that are really occurring. And be real. It's a whole new market opening up for being real. People are welcome. What's your belief in 2020? I don't have a belief in 2025. I hope too many people don't take that letter the wrong way. What letter? I don't care if they take it the wrong way. Where's the blue light? Left it at the other spot. Got to get another one. Being real. Facts. Best advice for it. Is the 144,000 a frequency of individuals? A frequency or individuals? Oh, it could. It depends. It's another one of those things that depend. We haven't seen whether or not it's individuals yet for people to be saying it's just a frequency. You got to be able to attempt to get 144,000 people together first. To say it's not talking about 144,000 people. Because that's what they said. The moment we got the 144,000 person, we might see something. Something might happen, but ain't nobody attempted it yet. It didn't mean enough to everybody that they actually attempted to get it done. Well, Dr. Melikazi York attempted to get it done. The people weren't willing. What about Alexa prophecy? Know anything about that? Nah. Phone home, original blood cell phone. How do you understand dreams written in a dream journal? I don't know what you mean. You read it. What do you mean, how do I understand it, or how do people understand it? Right now, I'm in theta, by the way, for if you were still asking that question about theta. Right now, I'm in theta state because I could be resting. It depends on what tone I use, what thought I have. I could literally doze off while talking. That's theta. It's a powerful state to be in. You were told the blue lights is bad for sleeping? All right. I didn't have no trouble resting. Oh, blue light, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I advise you to get the books. If you gonna take this walk, I advise you to get my books. And even if you want to like send $1 for it, that's fine. Don't think I'm trying to like get no money about you. But a lot of what you gonna ask me, that's what I'm saying. A lot of what people are asking me, they in my books. And it's like I wrote a lot of this stuff out so that it could be explained already. And it's respective, you know what I mean, and relevant to what's going on. How do I understand what dreams mean to me? What do you mean? You can put your own interpretations on dreams. You can utilize your own symbolism when it comes to dreams. Create your own system of understanding. You want the books too? So for those who want the books, send a donation. It's not even really that word. It's send a free will offering to Play for Change, PlayForChange, Play for Change Cash App, Play for Change. With your email, before you hit that send, put your email where it says for. That way when I go through and put the list together, everybody get it as a blast. All of you get your books because you already sent your email. And you can send whatever you want to send. For those who want to support either way, if you just rock with what I'm doing, however you found me, you like the letters, Instagram, whatever, you can send funds to that Cash App anytime. Unless I make an announcement that I ain't using it no more, that's the Cash App. So anytime you want to look out, whatever, hit me. I use those funds to keep doing what I'm doing. More studio time, videos, all that. That's just for people to know. All right. Is that it? I'm about to go ahead and get up out of here so we got too much extra on the end of the video. One more question if anybody got a question. When is phase 2 coming? We already going in it. That's what the elite is about. We're already going in it. We need you on more of these huge platforms like Black Magic 363. Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. They feel stupid. They feel like, why am I not having phase 1 on here? But they know what it's about. It's about Malachi York, and they don't want to be outshined, and they don't want to upset the potential business partners like 19 Keys and them by having me on their show. It's politics. Conscious community has politics just like everywhere else. Go figure. Make sure when you send your Cash App to put your email in the for box. I'm only saying that because I'm seeing it come through. Thank you to everybody who's been supporting. Thank you to everybody who's been getting the books and all this other stuff we've been doing, supporting those things, fundraisers and things like that. Thank you. Thank you for those who share the post and put people onto the music, put it on your platforms, all that. Thank you for all of that. Thank you. I see you. I love you back. It's just Rashad Jamal. You got jokes. What's the difference between involuntary and uninvoluntary astral projection? So you have astral projection, then you have out-of-body experiences where you don't necessarily have to have been behind the projection occurrence. You still were able to be pulled from your body, which OBE is a projection in a way, and astral projection is an out-of-body experience, so they really go hand in hand. But it just depends on who and what you're dealing with. Somebody or some being could have the technology to extract you, to show you certain things or whatever the reason they would do that. Or you project yourself out. We're fasting now all through December, every day for December, we fasting. The whole December, we don't eat until 6 p.m. Anybody can do that. Hmm? You said with no cash out? I don't know what you mean. How to get your books from UK? Oh, you may, if you got like Zelle or PayPal. PayPal is Play for Change, but you would still have to find a way to get. So I would tell you to go to my page, go to where it says books, click on the person that's tagged. It would say Mrs. Faze. Click on that and go to her page and communicate with her about it so that you can still get the email to her. Because if you don't, I won't be able to know the email. So if you need to use PayPal, it's still Play for Change. So, and for the rest of this month, and since the beginning of this month, we don't eat from 12 a.m. to 6 p.m. All love. All right, y'all. That was a good lesson. I don't even like calling it that. That was a good class or a good grading. We will pick up next time we align and center in. A link to find what? Thank you, Derek. You'll get them. Thank you so much. I thank all of y'all. Now, this was a powerful one. You can go back and you got a lot of things you can go back and listen to in this one to activate certain parts and see what relates to you. So even if you came in late, just go back and listen. I'm about to save it. All right. I love y'all. Hadus Ashug, meaning divine love, peace, and the Lamb is truly wonderful. Wadu.